Let's go, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. If you want to see us, that's where we are. You can see us on YouTube. How about that? You like watching the show? If you do, you can see me. I'm here. I'm hanging out. I'm at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, home of the 13-win Seahawks. Yes, home of the 13-3 Seahawks. Wasn't always pretty, wasn't always easy, but at the end of the day, a 17-point win on the road against a potential playoff team. It just speaks to how talented this group is, how good they are when they put it together, and how they find different ways to win games. They really have found a lot of them. At the core of all of it, look, Lyle, you're in today. No Maura. Again, today she's taking one more day. She'll be back in tomorrow. I think we got Ian with us. What's up, Ian? Good morning to you. Hello. Good morning to Lyle. Hi, Lyle.
What's up, Salk?
Brock will be in at 7 o'clock. I'm glad to be back with you guys. Missed everybody last week. I hope you had a great holiday, a couple of good days off. We had a phenomenal trip, just incredible. Great to get some time off. Horrible to set that alarm clock this morning, but pretty good reason to come in and talk to you guys about the game yesterday and kind of where we're at and getting psyched for San Francisco and what now again becomes kind of game of the year after the Rams game. Already had that title. We'll see if you can top it on Saturday night primetime event, which I'm excited about and everyone else seems mad about. I think it's great. Love the Saturday night game. Love it. And both teams are going to be playing with 1 day's less rest, and it's only 1 day. It's not a Thursday game. It's a Saturday game, which is totally fine. They do that in the postseason, right? You always get Saturday playoff games as well. I got no issues with that at all, right, is going to get an extra day of rest leading into a playoff game, which is much more important. So winning team obviously gets the bye. Losing team is going to probably be the 5, maybe the 6 seed, depending. And they're rewarding them with an extra day off heading into the playoff game, which is much more important. So I'm all in. I think that's totally fine. No issues. In terms of my trip, it was great. Thank you for asking. A couple of texts. Iceland gets a straight A. Absolutely the underrated, incredible part of the trip. Reykjavik was a cool town, much cooler than I thought it was going to be. The outskirts were awesome. The countryside area was great. The ice caves and the Blue Lagoon and all of it, just incredible, beautiful, unbelievable. People were great. Food was great. Copenhagen was great. The smørbrød sandwiches are great. Went to Malmo, Sweden. That was great. Lyle, we went to the Disgusting Food Museum. You got any interest in that?
What do you think?
I think no. Neither did Avery. She was out on the Disgusting Food Museum. But you got to smell some of the most disgusting food in history and taste a few things if you were interested. I did try something. It's this Icelandic dish called, I forget what it's called, halar, something like that. But it is fermented and overly salted shark.
Did you
Terrible.
say shark?
Yeah, I mean, people eat shark. That's not uncommon. But this is, it's instead of cooked, it's fermented and overly salted. It is disgusting. No amount of water could clear that from the mouth. Nothing. So it just takes hours in order to clear it out of your palate. That was pretty nasty. In any event, so last night was great, or yesterday rather. Yesterday morning was great. It was great to get back. Got back Saturday, late afternoon, early evening, so I was able to kind of get up in time, no problems, and really focus on watching the Seahawks yesterday. Look, there's sort of two ways you can approach a game like that or a team like this, but let's go with the game in particular. It's easy to focus on Sam Darnold. He didn't have a great game. I mean, I got a text from my mom afterwards saying, should they go to Drew in the middle? Should they go to Drew Lock? I was like, what? No, they shouldn't do that. But I understand some of the frustration. I myself was pretty frustrated with the lack of offense, the turnovers, the near turnovers that went with it was at times really frustrating. So I understand if you want to come in right away and be like, I don't know if you can win with this quarterback. Can they? I get it. Totally under the offense. They didn't do enough and this and that. Yes, I get it. They scored 27 points. 14 of them come directly off of the short field, and another 7 came, I don't want to call it garbage time, but it was pretty close, right? They just ran the ball 5 times until they were in the end zone. Yeah, I mean, that's 21 of your 27 points right there. I absolutely understand the frustration. But that's kind of I don't know. I don't want to call it the cheap way out because it's all legitimate conversation. And we'll hit on it at 7:30 and we'll talk about Sam and try to figure out who he is because I think it's almost easier to figure out what he isn't, both positively and negatively. And I think that gives us maybe a little bit more of a sense as to what he actually is. But at the end of the day, that's not the story of this game, at least not for me. It's not Sam Darnold. It's not even Zach Charbonnet, who had a great game. Good for him. Love seeing Charbonnet run. It's not the offensive line. It's not the offensive weaponry. It's not even special teams, which once again was very good. No, this game is about the defense, man. The team is about the defense. This is the opportunity of a lifetime to focus on the positive rather than looking at the iffy, rather than looking at the question marks. The defense is ridiculous. And we've seen game after game after game, but in a lot of their truly unbelievable, dominant performances, you kind of look at it and go, yeah, but the weather. Yeah, but they were playing against a guy, Max Brosmer is never going to be in the league again. Like, yeah, but Kirk Cousins is 1,000 years old. Yeah, but. I mean, there's no real yeah, but about yesterday. I'm not sitting here telling you Bryce Young is, the second coming. But that offense has been doing okay. He's having a good year. That team is going to compete for a playoff spot on Saturday afternoon. So, I mean, he's a legitimate NFL quarterback that people seem to like right now. They were calling him Ice Young, right, heading into the game because he's been cool as ice, comebacks and this and that. So, he's done stuff. They got Tetero and McMillan, who I remember a whole lot of people wanted the Seahawks to draft before the year started. Anybody else happier with Gray Zabel and Cam Chancellor? No, wait, not Cam Chancellor. Nick Eamon-Worry?
Okay, to be fair, one, yes, and they should have always taken Gray Zabel, but Tetero McMillan's probably going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Don't care. Who cares?
I'm just saying he's had a really
good year. Who cares?
He's
a wide receiver. Let him hang out on the outside. You can always shut those guys down, especially if Bryce Young is heaving the ball to them and doesn't have any time. If you get after the quarterback, which is what the Seahawks did, they don't have time to get the ball to Tetero and McMillan. And, oh, by the way, his one opportunity to change the game on a 4th down, he doesn't make the play. I'll take Gray Zabel, thanks. I'll take Nick Eamon-Worry, thanks. And there were a bunch of other guys that would have taken ahead of him as well. Just not interested. Sorry. Not interested. So I'm not going to take anything away from this defense after that performance. Heck no. Bryce Young came in playing pretty good ball. That offense came in playing pretty good ball. They got 2 running backs who are both playing pretty good ball. And an offensive line, by the way, has another guy that the Seahawks talked about drafting, right? Nikonwu. A couple of years ago, they went with Charles Cross instead. Obviously, he didn't play. But, yeah, I mean, Seahawks defense is just dominant. They made those guys look silly. Made them look absolutely ridiculous. And obviously they had one drive where they go down, score a touchdown. Other than that drive, they were completely incompetent. 40 passing yards? I know the weather wasn't perfect, but it wasn't that bad. It was mostly foggy. It wasn't pouring rain. It wasn't, negative 30 degrees. It wasn't wind, and it was none of that. It was perfectly fine conditions, not great, but not terrible. They held them to 40 yards, and I'm surprised he even had that. Nothing down the field. No pass completed longer than 8 yards in the game. Are you kidding me? The longest play of the game was their first play. 11 yards on the ground. You're like, oh, geez. And then they just we're not going to give you that anymore. Their next 2 longest plays were both scrambles. Those are their 3 longest plays of the game. First run of the game, and then 2 scrambles by Bryce Young. Those were their 3 longest plays of the game. Seahawks were insane defensively, and it's at every level of the defense. And they're going to need it because you saw what San Francisco looked like offensively last night. And you saw that they scored nearly every time down the field. And you saw Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy look great last night. Best I think I've ever seen him look. I thought he was awesome. Juwan Jennings been really good. Sounds like they're going to get Kittle back. So, that's going to be a threat. And you're going to have to rise up just like you did at times against L.A. And I don't think that offense is as good as L.A.'s, even though I think it's pretty good. So, this is great. This is so great. This is what you want. This is the way you want this team built, with a championship-level defense. And then we'll talk about whether or not everybody else can stay in line. We'll come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, including the details both from yesterday and last night. It is Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyota-thon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 18522, 2552, 1263.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, just said it, and I'll say it again. I'll say it a lot this morning and probably all week and into next week and beyond, man. This Seahawks defense is incredible, and they showed it again yesterday. They needed to be incredible because the offense was not, well, let's just say that. We're going to have to come up with a catchy nickname for this group or something because they are playing so well. They deserve one. The numbers were crazy yesterday. They allow a total of 139 yards on 52 plays. That is literally 2.7 yards per play. Not per carry, per play. 2.7 yards every time they tried to run a play. That is just nuts. And that doesn't even include a couple of great turnovers. They needed this one.
Bryce Young goes under center. Hubbard, the single setback. And he gets the handoff. And he gets run into. Ty Okada, ball comes out. Seahawks have it. Getting up off the ground, running to the goal line. Getting in. DeMarcus Lawrence. Are you kidding me? Does he have a touchdown? Carl Cheffers says he does. Touchdown Seahawks. So a crazy call that wasn't made.
DeMarcus Lawrence again?
After it is confirmed as a fumble and a recovery by Carolina. However, that recovering player is down by contact.
Yeah, the refs couldn't get anything right. He was down by contact. He did play for the Seahawks. It was DeMarcus Lawrence. He forced the fumble. He recovered the fumble. He had run it back, but they got the call right when it was all said and done. He was touchdown. It's probably the right call. In the meantime, he was just a force once again. Not only did he do all of that on that play, he came up with the big sack to essentially end the game. Afterwards, his teammate Julian Love, just impressed with everything he's done this year.
He's special. You know, he just creates something different for our defense. I think because he's a perimeter killer. His effort, as long as he's been playing, is real special. And then his whole career has been finding that ball. He hit the punch out. He's chasing people down on the perimeter. We need him out there, and yeah, we're a really good defense with D on the field.
He's a perimeter killer. Talk about imagery. I love it. To say they shut down Bryce Young is honestly an understatement. Didn't look downfield, couldn't look downfield, couldn't complete a pass beyond 10 yards from the line. He ends up 14 of 24 54 yards, but then you take away 14 for the sacks. His longest completion was just 8 yards. He got rid of it quickly, but then the receivers just got dropped. I mean, like, they just did absolutely everything. A suffocating defensive performance, just an A-plus effort by the Seahawks defense. And the Seahawks now get to 13-3 with one game left to play. Let's talk a little bit more about it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, Hawks will play for the NFC West title, the number 1 seed, and a first-round bye. They'll do it all on Saturday night, 5 p.m., short rest in San Francisco, well, Santa Clara anyways. They look to bookend their season by reversing that opening week loss to the Niners. As for the aforementioned Niners, they squeaked by Chicago last night in a game with almost no defense, barely surviving the final play of the game.
Here is Williams. He's got to throw it to the end zone. Clock has expired. Williams keeps the play alive. He's looking. He's got to get rid of it. Retreating, he throws. Incomplete. It's over. And the Niners have won.
And he throws that ball about a foot higher. It's caught, and the Bears win. Instead, the Niners survive. A great offensive performance by them. 303 yards for Brock Purdy. 181 all-purpose yards for Christian McCaffrey. But they also gave up nearly 450 yards to the Bears. So, you know, a little bit of both on that one. The game will be 5 o'clock, as I said, on ESPN. I believe Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will be on the call. First time we've had that crew all year. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I think that's a good thing for the Seahawks. I know there's some people upset that this game is going to be on short rest. Yeah, all right. So both teams will play on 1 day shorter rest. It's not Thursday night. It's 1 day. It's not that significant, I think, at this time of the year. And the best part of it is whoever loses that game will finish still with 13, or in the Niners' case, is 12 wins. They do deserve an extra day off as a wild card team before the first playoff week. So they get an extra week or extra day on the other side of it. It's not like it's win or go home. It's win or have to play the next week. So I think it actually works out pretty well. I think that's a good thing for the Seahawks. Rams will play Atlanta tonight. That only matters for seeding if they lose. If the Hawks lose on Saturday, they would need one Rams loss in order to have the 5th seed, which would give them a trip to either Carolina or Tampa. Otherwise, the 6th seed will be heading to Philly. So go Falcons.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken win their 4th in a row. Yeah, they nearly shut out the Flyers at home last night. Scored 2, gave up 1 in the final minutes with the net empty, but it all led to a 4-1 win. Tolvanen gets both of the shorthanded goals. All right, nice job. 1 each from Eberle and Stevenson. Grubauer actually really good in the first of the back-to-back games. I think I'd expect Joey to record in net tonight against the Canucks. That's generally how they like to do the back-to-backs, but I'll say Grubauer's pretty good. The German gentleman, as Forsen likes to call him. Win has them just 1 point out of a playoff spot, though they have a few games in hand. So despite a lot of the frustration, they seem to find themselves right back in the thick of things, which is good news. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. So Mariners have been quiet, right? The Rob Refsnyder signing was kind of the only news while I was gone last week. And kudos to Lyle. Nice job, buddy. You were on top of that idea and suggested it. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, look, he's not going to play the infield anymore. I don't think at his age that's a big part of his job description. I don't even know if he ends up playing the outfield for this team, but I would hope and assume that he takes a lot of those right-handed at-bats that Mitch Garver had last year. And if you're going to go with a much cheaper and I think lower quality bat at backup catcher with their guy Knizner, then you probably need somebody who just pummels left-handed pitching, and that's kind of what Refsnyder is. So we'll see where it goes from there. We're still kind of waiting on the big news, hopefully, which is what they're going to do at that other infield spot and how they want to pull this off so that you're not giving too many at-bats kids. So no news right now, but that's not necessarily bad news. Just kind of waiting to see how all of this plays out. And maybe they're waiting on, the Bregman and the Bichette signing somewhere to kind of figure out what's going to happen with Ketel Marte and what that market ends up looking like. All right. I mentioned no Mora today. So Lyle, you ready for this? This is a big moment. Says Lyle's going to take us around the weekend. In my case, I got to see like nothing, man. I was out. I was completely unaware of anything going on for essentially the last week. I'm told there was a Pop-Tarts Bowl and some other stuff. Regardless, Lyle will take us through anything that I missed and anything you may have missed as you celebrated, perhaps too much, with friends and family. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the number 1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26? How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think? I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody. What Bob said.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Look, as I'm gone on vacation last week, of course I'm thinking about how great it is to travel. I mean, we're in Europe. I just love that vibe, right? And thinking about how I want that's my retirement to be, you know, cruising around the world, getting to experience food and other cultures and all of it. But you can't just start planning one day on a whim and then retire soon after. You got to plan years in advance for that stuff. I recommend talking to my friends at Trajan Wealth. They offer tailored insights and strategies. And yeah, they are designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings, looking for ways to optimize those funds. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and timeline, working with you. That's right. They ask a lot of questions. And then they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to schedule your free consultation. Do it now. Call 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or just go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Attention homeowners, upgrade your home's comfort and save big. For a limited time, save up to 75% on scratch and dent and overstock equipment exclusively at Home Comfort Alliance. Over $3 million worth, all up to 50% off, including high-efficiency, dependable heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners from top manufacturers like Lennox, all with full factory and installation warranties. Up to 50% off for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Call Home Comfort Alliance or visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
the financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness, what a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle, touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and now that the holidays are over, there's no better way to start the new year than to lose those unwanted pounds. We have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. Avoid the stress of doing it on your own. No drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to reset your metabolism and turn your body into a fat-burning machine with lasting results. Using real healthy foods and lifestyle tips will help you lose weight, lower inflammation, and improve your metabolic health. Now's the time to end the cycle of weight gain and frustration. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I know it sounds hard to lose weight, but Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can make it easier with great recipes, a ton of support, and they'll keep your emotional state where you are dropping the pounds.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live, you can do our program in person or virtually. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, rolling along here, Brock and Salk on a Monday morning. Is anybody working today? Is anybody out there today? What's up, everybody? Good morning. Come on. I want to hear from you guys on the text line. Seahawks have 13 wins. What a year we're having here in Seattle sports. Between the Seahawks now 13 wins, obviously the Mariners 90 wins and making it to the final couple innings of the ALCS right before the World Series. This has been a pretty good sports year, and it's winding down and then in just another couple of days. So pretty good stuff. I should also, Lyle, quickly say thank you to everybody out there. You guys were so helpful last Friday, I guess it was, right before I flew out of here. I was miserable. I had a cold. I could barely function. I knew I was about to get on a 7-hour plane ride, and I took everyone's advice, and the cocktail worked. It was essentially Afrin and NyQuil for the flight, and then a Sudafed once I landed. I was totally fine on the flight. No more cold, essentially, than by the next day. It was awesome. So thank you to everybody for your great advice. It all worked perfectly. And once I got to Europe, I didn't spend a lot of time paying a ton of attention to what was going on here in the sports world. So, Lyle, take us around the weekend.
We're kind of at that point in the NFL season where how many games really matter at this point? There's like a handful. And
right.
Otherwise, there's a lot of irrelevant games being played.
Did you see any of the Giants and Raiders?
Well, I did have this on here, and we can start with that if you want to.
No. In fact, I don't even know if we can put it on. I mean, like, I tried to watch a few minutes, and I actually felt physically ill.
Well, the reason I had it on here was because just how crazy is it to see on the day the Seahawks win their 13th game, you're seeing third-string quarterback Russell Wilson and the Giants going at 2-13, going to the 2-13 Raiders. They're 2-13 in their own right. And after the game, you're seeing Russ talk to Pete Carroll, Jamal Adams, and Tyler Lockett all in Raiders gear.
There was hugging too, right?
What's that?
Weren't he and Pete hugging?
Him and Pete were hugging, and he's taking pictures with Jamal Adams and pictures with Tyler Lockett. Like, these two teams are fighting for the #1 pick, and the Seahawks win their 13th game.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with the right analogy for it. This is probably a good spot for G, because there's got to be something like, you've moved on from your exes and you're watching them like hang out together at a very uncool place, right? They look bad. They've let themselves go. I don't know the exact analogy, but in the meantime, you're preparing to, be the belle of the ball and go get married to a supermodel or whatever. I mean, like, it is just a night and day, completely different worlds they're living in. But to see them whooping it up and smiling and laughing is just sort of, I don't know, it's sad. And especially in Pete's case, man, it just feels really sad to watch this thing end that way. Was Gino in on the hugging and stuff, or did he bail on that?
You know what's funny? I didn't see any pictures with Russ and Gino or any of those guys in Gino.
Yeah, weird. Very weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
How about all of the guys the Seahawks got rid of, the two big names they got rid of this past offseason, both having altercations with fans this year? Isn't that crazy?
Well, I was going to add that in the Steelers thing, but yeah,
all right, let's go. I'm sorry. I'm like taking over all of you.
No. I was going to say, if you want to talk about DK Metcalf here for a minute, we can, because you weren't in for the whole suspension last week.
So I don't know all the details on it. Maybe you can help me a little bit. It sounds like the guy that he went after is kind of a problem in general, right? Not excusing it at all, because you cannot in any way go into the stand. You can't punch people, can't hit fans. Like, that's just a terrible look in every way. And a 2-game suspension feels about right. I mean, it wasn't quite malice at the palace level, although, again, I never really had that big a problem with that either. Like, you suspend the people, you do what you got to do, but I don't get, like, overly angry and morally judgmental about that. And maybe it's because I grew up watching clips over and over again of Mike Milbury and Peter McNabb and the rest of the Bruins climbing up into the stands at Madison Square Garden in order to beat a man with his own shoe. So I'm perhaps not the best person to talk about this. I just don't get that upset about it, and I feel like people who do, I don't know, you're kind of over exaggerating the point. But look, DK's a head case. You always knew he was a head case. He was a head case while he was here. And the biggest thing he did there is he hurt his team. He hurt his team. They really needed him yesterday. I can't say I'm upset that they didn't have him and that they lost the game. I think it was great. I'm happy to root against Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf for the rest of the year. No problems at all. But I was not, for all of the sort of stuff I've said about DK over the years, I mostly liked the guy and like him as a player. I just didn't want to see them go pay him. And I thought that he was part of the old regime and still tied too much to Pete and not necessarily 100% bought into what Mike Macdonald wanted to do. But that doesn't make him a bad player or a bad person. Like, I'm not anti-DK Metcalf. I know maybe it came off that way because people like to make things personal, but it wasn't personal for me with DK. It was positional. It was money. It was regime. It was style. It was loyalty and all that stuff. It's very different. So I was not taking a victory lap over DK Metcalf doing something dumb. With Gino, maybe a little bit more so, right? And him flipping off the Vegas earlier this year and having a terrible season. Like, yeah, maybe that was a little more personal because I had issues with the leadership, issues with the personality there. Ultimately, DK's an imperfect guy who's super talented, and he really cost his team. That was really dumb.
I just think the first thing that jumped out to me with that whole thing is the Mike Macdonald saying, the MOB saying, which isn't exactly what they wanted to rid themselves of. Like, DK Metcalf makes things about DK Metcalf a lot of the time, and that was very, very much the case the other week. Okay, I got a
text from a buddy saying that watching Russ and Pete hugging together is like watching your two exes live together in a tent.
Well, that's one way to put it. I don't know if I'd exactly qualify Allegiant Stadium as a tent, but close enough.
Well, I think what they were, yeah, fair enough. It's pretty good. All right.
We can get to some other NFL games, and we talked about this first one in Need to Know, but it was the biggest game of the weekend. It was one of the best games of the season, and it was this 49ers-Bears game, which came down to the final play. Niners win 48-32. The game was an offensive slugfest all night, and it came down to what was the final play of the game.
Here is Williams. He's got to throw it to the end zone. Clock has expired. Williams keeps the play alive. He's looking. He's got to get rid of it. Retreating, he throws. Incomplete. It's over. And the Niners have won.
Yeah, so that all sets up what's going to be some shades of 2019. These two teams, the Seahawks and the Niners, are battling it out for the #1 seed, for the NFC West, all or nothing game in Week 18. The only difference between this and 19 is this one's in Santa Clara. In 2019, it was here in Seattle.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a fun game to watch last night, wasn't it? I mean, it's nice. And while I had a rooting interest, I was rooting for the Bears, as I'm sure all Seahawks fans were. Because if the Bears won, there was still at least a path towards a number 1 seed. Not that it was an easy one. They would have had to, Seahawks. If it would have meant the Seahawks lose to the Niners, the Rams lose one of their two. No, the Rams are out of it. And then the Bears would have had to lose to Detroit. But I don't know. I wasn't overly caught up in that. I was just sort of rooting in general for Chicago. But super entertaining game. As a Seahawks fan, did that make you feel better? Because the Niners defense looked awful. Or did it make you feel worse because that offense looked better than any that I think they've seen at any point this year? How did you feel? Do you feel better or worse watching that?
I feel like one way or another, this thing's coming down to the wire in Week 18. That's what it makes me feel like.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. The Bears succeeded offensively doing a lot of things that I don't feel like the Seahawks do very well. So I don't know that the Niners defensive problems jumped out at me as okay, Seahawks are going to drop 40 on them next week. It just didn't feel that way to me. But at the same time, watching the Niners just kind of effortlessly walk up and down the field, yeah, you're not going to do that against this defense. Seahawks defense is worlds better than Chicago's. Worlds. I mean, not even in the same category. Yeah, this is going to be a fun game, man. This is a really, really good matchup. Really good.
So, did you know if the Bears and Niners had tied and then the Niners lost tonight, the Seahawks would have clinched the 1 seed this week?
Oh, well, that would have been fun. Unlikely, but fun.
I mean, I was rooting for a tie. Super unlikely, but I was rooting for it.
I'll tell you what, both those quarterbacks were really good last night, weren't they? I got to give them both some credit. Caleb Williams had some ups and downs in his short 2-year career, and I know there were a lot of people writing him off last year. And what he's done this season with a better coach, and a little more talent around him, and a better system, he's fun to watch, man. I really enjoyed it. And while I don't like Brock Purdy as a Niner, I mean, just on principle, and there have been moments where I watch him geez, I don't know if I would have paid that guy the money they did. Boy, he looked good yesterday. Boy, that touchdown he had where he ran to the left and escaped a couple guys, went backwards, and then threw a little pass for the touchdown. I think it was to Tonjes. That was a heck of a play, man. He's pretty fun to watch. I thought he was very fun yesterday. That was a good game.
Really good game. I'm just shocked so many people
Did you hear, by the way, did you hear Chris Collinsworth making fun of himself?
Remind me for what it was.
When he was roasting himself about the Mahomes stuff?
Yes.
Yes, it was
He was like, he looks like Patrick Mahomes there, and everyone's going to... It was pretty funny. He was like, it's what we like to say about Patrick Mahomes. At least what I like to say, as everybody out there knows. And yeah, he was killing himself for all the stuff he gets roasted for. It's pretty funny.
Oh, that is funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm shocked so many people tried to write the book on Caleb Williams so fast, especially with, Shane Waldron in year 1.
Are you, though? I mean, people want to write the book on everything every day. Tone it down, everybody.
Yeah.
This guy stinks. He can never be good. This will never happen. Yeah.
Well, we can try to set up a couple of the other important Week 18 games, too, because there are 2 other ones. The Panthers losing to the Seahawks helps set up what's going to be a winner-take-all game in the NFC South in Week 18, because the Buccaneers...
Can we just call that one a loser-goes-home game?
I mean, we can.
Just kind of more what it feels like. 2 losers.
Just 2 teams that probably aren't getting out of the first round. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Buccaneers, they lose 20-17 to the Dolphins yesterday. I don't know what's going on with the Dolphins, but miraculously, they're 7-2-1 in their last 10 games. And they somehow win again on Sunday.
While benching their quarterback and then going with Quinn Ewers. I didn't get a chance to watch any of that, but I've never been impressed with Quinn Ewers in college. Maybe he'll be one of those guys that looks better in the pros than college, but I was never a big fan of his. But he gets a huge win yesterday. And as for Tampa, it's hard to believe that's the same team that came in here and beat the Seahawks in that crazy back and forth game right before the Mariner playoff game. It just doesn't feel real right now.
Yeah, it's funny to see what happens early in the season compared to how teams play late. I mean, think about this. The Raiders beat the Patriots in Week 1. It's crazy to think what happens early in the year.
Always does. Oh, I mean, and that's true every year, but especially in Week 1. I don't know. That was a little later, right? Wasn't that Week 4 or 5 at that point?
Oh, Seahawks Bucks? Yeah, it was, but still early.
Yeah, still
Things
early.
have changed.
You're right.
Where
Andrew
now-
and Elma says watching Russ and Pete hugging is like volunteering at the soup kitchen and realizing your ex and the guy she left you for are in line. Oh, man. That's pretty funny.
Well, people are filling in for G. They're sending in their own analogies this morning. Maybe we don't even need G.
Good. That's pretty good. I
That
like
is
that
really
one,
good.
Andrew. That's a good one. Okay. So they just totally spit the bit in Tampa. And, you know, if you lose on Saturday night in San Francisco, you really would rather play the Carolina-Tampa winner, right, than Philadelphia. So in order to do that, you need the Rams to either lose tonight or lose to Arizona. I don't know whether either of those two things are likely. I mean, Atlanta's not very good. Arizona's freaking awful. Counting on them to do anything is an exercise in futility. So you really got to root for the Falcons tonight and see if there's an opportunity to win.
Well, the third game that's really going to come down to it in Week 18, that'll be in the NFC North, and that's going to be the Sunday Night Football game. The Steelers, I mean, man, did they hand the Ravens a gift this weekend because they couldn't even put the ball in the end zone as they lose 13-6 to the Cleveland Browns.
Oof.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns, those Cleveland Browns. I will say, Shedeur Sanders wasn't great in this game, but he also wasn't awful. He went for 17 for 23, a touchdown, 2 picks, a little under 200 yards. His storyline next year feels like it's actually going to be pretty interesting because similar to the game yesterday, or this weekend, he wasn't great, but he hasn't been terrible either.
I mean, look, you know that I'm kind of in on Shedeur. Not in on him like I think he's going to be good, but I'm kind of rooting for him more for the story than anything else. I just don't hate him. I kind of enjoyed watching him in college and felt like with a better offensive line, he could have been better. I get it. He's not a first-round pick or maybe even a second-round pick, but fifth round was dumb. I mean, like, that was ridiculous and just never felt right. So there's a part of me, and I don't like everything he does. I'm not, like, going to steadfastly support him no matter what. I'm not in that camp, but I am kind of rooting for him. And obviously, I was definitely rooting for him yesterday against the Steelers. Yeah, seeing Aaron Rodgers' team spit the bit like that in the biggest game of the year they had until next week, yeah. Especially after Baltimore had just totally run over Detroit a couple nights earlier. Or what, the night before? When was that? Was that game Saturday night? Saturday night? Yeah,
Well,
Saturday night.
You're talking about the Packers that the Ravens ran over?
I'm sorry, the Packers. Did I say Detroit? I meant the Packers. Yeah.
Yeah, and in that game, oh my God, at 31 years old, Derrick Henry just does not stop and he does not go down because he went for 216 yards with 4 touchdowns and now is 10th all-time in the NFL's all-time rushing list.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's one of my favorite players in the league, and even without Lamar, I'm a Snoop Hundley fan, always have been. In fact, I kind of wanted him here a few years ago. I thought he would have been an interesting addition. I was too high on him, I'll admit that. I thought he might be like potential franchise quarterback kind of guy, and he's definitely not that at this stage in his career or ever. But he played a pretty good game, and he beat the Packers, didn't just beat them, kind of whooped up on them. And, yeah, they're going to play the Steelers. That'll be the Sunday night game?
Yeah, it will. It will.
You mad about that?
Yes. Why in Week 18 are you making the Seahawks travel back from the East Coast and then have just a couple days rest, travel back out on the road for a Saturday game? I just hate that they do this.
I think you're looking at it wrong, man. Honestly, like, I get it. I understand the frustration, but I think it's a good thing. I think it's a reward for whichever team loses this game. I think it's the league looking at it and saying, all right, these two teams, there's 3 games that matter next weekend, right?
Yeah, 3 games.
Seahawks game, which is winner gets the 1 seed, loser is the 5 or 6 seed. And then the other 2 games are for division titles, winner go home. I think they're looking at it, and saying these 2 teams, the loser is the only one that's going to have to play the following week. And the loser is going to have at least 12, if not 13 wins, which means they're going to be probably a road favorite, or certainly a road team with more wins than the team they're going to face. So they're trying to give them an extra day leading into that game, especially because that game could be on Saturday, which if this game was Sunday night, the loser would then have to play on short rest after a physical game into the playoffs on the road against a team had a lower record. So I actually think it's kind of a positive thing, kind of a reward for the losing team on Saturday night.
Well, I was going to ask, is there any chance that this game is on Sunday for the playoffs, where they get the extra day of rest
Yeah, it could be.
the playoffs?
Yeah, it could be. Either way. Either way, they're giving them, an advantage heading into that final game. And also, I think Saturday night games are awesome. I think that's a cool reward. I like being a standalone Saturday night game.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I just would like to see two teams that are playing for something this big fully rested. But the point about the extra week of rest before the playoff starts is a fair one. So that is fair. The only other thing I was going to get to from that Ravens-Packers game is talking about reclamation projects with quarterbacks. I feel like all of a sudden Malik Willis has made himself some real money this offseason.
Yeah. I hope so. I like that story a lot.
I mean,
I like him.
Yeah.
I think he's interested. Again, you know me, man. I like quarterbacks that can run. I just do. I just like quarterbacks that can run. And I think he's multi-talented. He obviously was in a terrible situation in Tennessee, but played some pretty good football with a better offensive coaching staff, more talent around him. A couple of years into the league, right? Where did he come from? What school did he go to again?
Liberty.
You don't think there was going to be a tough adjustment from Liberty to the NFL with no talent around him and a bad team? Ugh. Had to be hard for Tennessee fans, though. Watching him play well on one side and Derrick Henry run wild on the other.
That's a good point. Although I feel like they're happy with Cam Ward, despite how the season's gone.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's fair.
The only real piece of baseball news that I would get to here as we start to wrap this thing up is there's obviously not a ton of news on the Mariners front, and you talked about that a little bit during Need to Know, but the one story from the weekend that I thought was interesting ties back to Ketel Marte, and it's Dan Bickley, who was on Arizona Sports, who seemed to think it's basically a matter of time before Alex Bregman's a Diamondback, and he seems to think that Bregman would take a discount to be a Diamondback, and he wants to play in Arizona. So that was a story. But it then paired with Gambo, who said that he thinks, one, it's not a foregone conclusion, but it is possible. And he said for that to happen, he thinks a Ketel Marte trade has to happen to get Bregman on the roster, because he doesn't think the Diamondbacks can roster both of those guys on their payroll. So if you're looking for any potential Mariners leverage in a Ketel Marte deal, I thought that was a story this weekend.
All right, so I will start there by saying that Dan Bickley is a very credible person. Very. Great guy, really well tapped in, hosts the morning show on our sister station in Arizona. I know Dan pretty well. He's a great guy, a great writer, a really good radio host who really knows his stuff. So if he says he's not going to be surprised at all if Bregman ends up as a Diamondback, I believe him that there's a very good chance. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, period, but seems absolutely possible, if not maybe likely, that it does. I believe him. And yeah, I would probably agree with Gambo, who's also pretty well tapped in, that they're not going to be able to afford both Marte and Bregman. Okay. Well, yeah, I would think that does give the Mariners leverage, or anybody. The only problem with that, Lyle, is if Bregman goes there, what do the Red Sox do?
Well,
do they then feel more inclined to try to up their offer in a trade for Marte? Does that create more of a bidding war? Do the Tigers get into it? Some Blue Jay, anybody else who's kind of missing out on Bregman? I know Bichette's still out there as a possibility, so hopefully that helps.
No, that's a good point. I just remember as of a week or two ago, the Red Sox seem to be backing away on the Ketel Marte trade talks, but that doesn't mean they can't hop back into it either. Without Bregman, they might feel like they need another bat, although the Red Sox still need a number 2 starter. They need a couple different things.
He feels like somebody who's destined to be a Red Sox in some ways, Ketel Marte. Maybe it's the Hanley Ramirez element of it. I don't know. All right, that is a great trip around the weekend. Thank you, Lyle. Great stuff. Really appreciate it. Great job. Doing a little differently than Maura, but appreciate it nonetheless. And we miss Maura. She'll be back tomorrow. So yeah, I think she had a great Christmas holiday. I did. I had an awesome time. Europe was great. Brock, I know, was a busy man as well. He's going to be in next. And no, I'm not going to be negative because Sam Darnold wasn't perfect yesterday. Not at all. Instead, going to focus on 2 things that jump out about one of the absolute best defenses I've ever seen. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
It's Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyota-thon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 1-852-255-1263.
O'Brien.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello, good Monday morning to all of you. It is a good Monday morning for sure as the Seahawks get to 13-3. 13 wins with another week to go, an opportunity to get to 14 on Saturday night. 13 wins. And if you're looking for a big reason why, not only why they got to 13 over the course of a season, but why specifically they won the game yesterday, let's start with the most obvious, Brock. This defense is really good. Like, I like them a lot. They're good, man, and fun and nasty, and, man, they just do so many things really well.
Yeah, we've I don't know, so we've been a little hesitant. And by the way, almost Happy New Year. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Great to be back with you. Having some little lighting stream issues,
Okay.
but we'll get that all rectified here in the next 10 minutes or so. You have a wonderful time? You have a wonderful trip? Everything in place?
Dude, just a great time.
Great
Tremendous trip. Loved it. Iceland, A+. I mean, just a really – Denmark was great. Sweden a little bit. I mean, just a really, really cool experience. Yes,
And then you get to come
Love
back.
traveling with my kids.
And then you get to come back and you get to watch, this defense, put on an absolute show. This defense, who, by the way, the last time out played, 88 plays and gave up 580 yards. And yesterday played 49 meaningful snaps before you watched your opponent on their own field have to take the non-victory snaps, which is about the
I don't think I've ever seen that, by the way. Have you ever seen that?
About the most humbling.
Have you ever seen a team down take the knee and then have to give you the ball back? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's never happened, but usually those teams throw some meaningless passes at the end of the game, trying to get down the field and at least, pad their stats or whatever, just so they're not, quote-unquote, giving up. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a team give up.
Yeah.
So certainly, by the way, and not to focus on that because it's not the story of the day, but Dave Canales, a Pete Carroll disciple, compete every day, giving up?
Yeah.
Dude, that was, I thought, an awful message to send. But that being said, as much as I don't think he should have done that and as much as it was embarrassing, the only thing left to happen was for Bryce Young to get hurt.
Yes.
The only thing left to happen was for him to get absolutely drilled. He couldn't throw the ball down the field.
Nope.
I mean, what the defense did to him and to the it was
their longest pass was 8 yards.
Embarrassing.
Their longest pass was 8 yards.
Ridiculous.
This is the NFL. This is an NFL game. So the longest pass was 8 yards. The longest run was one of his scrambles for 11. I mean, they could not block him. I watched that happen in a preseason game. I watched some backups. I heard Mike Holmgren, basically say to Matt Hasselbeck, we're not basically throwing. We're not competing. I'm not going to get you hurt. I'm not going to get you and cost us. And at that point for Canales, next week's everything. Next week's the whole season. And I'm not going to lose a running back or a lineman or anybody on these final 3-4 snaps. We're going to move on to Tampa Bay and, win or go home at that point. Because yesterday was go home. Yesterday was we can't block DeMarcus Lawrence. We can't block Leonard. We can't block Byron. We can't do anything. We can't push the ball down the field. We just can't. We can't compete with that defense that is, just basically humiliated us in our own building.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the defense yesterday, and that's not to say we're going to ignore the other side of the ball, and we'll talk some Sam Darnold at 7:30. I really spent a lot of time thinking about him yesterday, and I think I've started to come up with a way of determining how I feel about him, but it's a bit inverse and backwards, and I don't know, we'll get to that at 7:30. But this defense really does everything, and they do everything well. It's not just that they stop the run, Brock, but they stop the run in the backfield. They get in for tackles for losses. They mess up drives when you're just trying to run the ball to establish something. They take away the deep ball, right? They don't allow you to throw it deep. The secondary is, you get your two deep safeties. You got very good cornerbacks. They're very, very attuned to not giving up the big play. But then the pass rush is a big part of that, and it gets home. And when you do decide to throw underneath, which obviously the Panthers had to do yesterday, they hit. They hit hard. They drop the receivers in their play, so they're good, they're fast, they're strong, they're smart, they're complicated, they're physical, they finish. Dude, that's a Super Bowl defense.
That's right. And now you throw in take the ball away, which was something Brandon Mebane said, I don't know, about 5-6 games into the season. Like, if you want to put them in the same breath with us, right? You want to talk about one of the most legendary defenses in the history of the NFL. You want to try to, put their own little nickname or comparisons to us, then you got to take the ball away. As that group did 39 times in their Super Bowl year. They didn't get to that point, but they're top 5 in the league now in takeaways. And you see when they do that, how much this becomes a Super Bowl not contending team. This can become a Super Bowl winning team because they make you pay off of those takeaways. That is one thing. They've turned the ball over a lot offensively. There is no question about that, and 2 more yesterday. But I'll tell you what, the defense stops them. The defense in those sudden change holds them to a field goal, stops them. You give them the ball. It energizes these short fields for this offense. They go in and score touchdowns, and they finished basically that game midway through the third quarter with it yesterday.
Yeah, if they win the defense, Brock, I think there's almost no doubt. It should be on the heels and on the shoulders, rather, of this defense because they really are incredible. It's a Reaction Monday here, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. 2 things jumped out to me about the defense yesterday specifically. One is sort of what you just said, Brock. They're at their best when they're needed the most. Like, every time you really need this defense to step up and do its thing, they do. After the pick, when Sam throws that pick, and you're like, man, what is this team doing? Like, are they going to just, they look like a cat playing with its food. Like, are you gonna put this team away, or are you gonna just let them hang around and hang around and hang around and eventually make so many mistakes offensively that you're gonna end up losing and blowing a prime opportunity to beat a mediocre team? And as soon as he threw that pick, next play, right? They come up with the fumble. It leads to the touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence did all of it. I mean, essentially by himself. Ty Okada was in on the play. Like, they're really at their best when they're needed the most.
Co-sign on that big time, and that has been throughout, and that was even in their worst game of the season a week ago, 11 days ago, right? They were at their best. You have to get stops. Punt return happens. Stadium got electrified a little bit. There is a hope. There is a chance. We get a stop. We get a stop. You get a stop, and you give yourself a chance to get to overtime and ultimately win that game. And they've been doing that throughout, Salk. It's why they're the number 2 scoring defense in the league. They're top 5 and just about everything else that matters. And they do it, as you said, at every single level of the defense.
The other thing they do, and this kind of jumped out to me yesterday and the week before, I guess I would say, is when they turn it on, they almost feel like they come in waves. Does that make sense? Like, that, one wave knocks you down, and then the next wave turns you over, and the next wave hits you in the face. They're not perfect. They're not a perfect defense. No one is. They're going to give up a few points. They're going to give up a few drives. In the modern NFL, that's just going to happen. But when they do turn it on and the adrenaline gets flowing, as Mike Macdonald likes to say, they're stacking plays. Man, does it just keep coming and coming in waves? And it's not surprising to me that the fumble and the pick came on back-to-back possessions yesterday, not unlike the week before, Brock, as you said, when the 2 stops that they really needed came back-to-back. It just feels like they feed on themselves in those moments.
Yeah, and then you watch the game last night, and I watched that with a real critical eye. And I don't know, I found myself obviously rooting for the Bears, not liking the 49ers very much, but you watch those 2 defenses, and they have no answers. They can't rush the passer, therefore can't beat 5. They play very base zones. Obviously, the Niners are without their best difference makers, so that plays a huge role for them, whereas the Seahawks basically have all their horses in the stable. And even without Derek Hall yesterday, here comes Mike Morris playing 8-9 snaps. Here comes, the rookie playing 12, 13 snaps, Mills. We'll pick up the pace. And they've done that all season long and put themselves in position, Salk, with 13 wins, tying a franchise record to go get one more and have these playoffs run right through Seattle again.
Well, we're going to come back. We'll take a quick break here, Brock. We'll come back, give you guys everything you need to know, including a rundown of what happened last night and what the NFL decided is now in store for the Seahawks. A lot of people mad. I think you're nuts. I'll tell you why next on Brock and Salk.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Toyota of Kirkland is celebrating Toyotathon with an inventory sale down on all 2025 RAV4s, the vehicle that's built for adventure and designed for your everyday life. 2025 gas RAV4s, 2025 hybrid RAV4s, all 2025 RAV4s are available at Toyota of Kirkland this Toyotathon for an inventory sale down. Come check out their amazing showroom, the wonderful staff, get a test drive, and take that 2025 RAV4 home the same day. Stop in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA home loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions. Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open
Open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming? Listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Man, how good is this Seahawks defense? I could talk about them all morning. We will find some time to get into some other things, but wow, just incredible. And they needed them to be yesterday in Carolina. The offense was not great. But the numbers for the defense, crazy, Brock. 139 total yards on 52 plays. That's 2.7 yards per play for the Carolina offense. Not per carry. That would be impressive. 2.7 yards per play is completely insane. And, of course, they also took the ball away not once but twice.
Here's a 3rd and 4 for Young. Out of the shotgun, Hubbard in the backfield. Young has time. Going to let it fly. Got a man out there. It's intercepted. Turning upfield is Julian Love, 45-40. Down the far sideline, 30. Knocked out of bounds. Ball comes out. I think he was out of bounds when he was hit and coughed the ball up. The ball, something's on the ball today as nobody's able to hang on to it. But it is going to be Seahawks ball after the pick. And Seattle's going to have the ball inside the Carolina 30. The second straight takeaway by the Seattle defense.
Yeah, Bryce on that ball was dew, Salky. It was
dew?
It looked like Gotham City. Oh my gosh, just cold and foggy and just moisture all over the ball and kind of nasty elements, to be honest with you.
But they weren't like 40 passing yards elements. They were like, okay, maybe it messed the game up a little bit, but they weren't 14 for 24, 54 yards minus 14 for sacks. It wasn't longest completion of the game is 8 yards. It wasn't that bad. No, stop it. It was not. That was
it was worse than Buffalo. Yeah, that was
I mean, that's bad.
Yes.
This was just straight up the Seahawks defense being awesome. Julian Love, the man with that pick, he knew the defense helped change this game.
Yeah, we felt good defensively. We were doing good stuff. That first half was great. They had that one drive, but we just knew we got the ball. Get our offense just a shorter field opportunity to just put the ball in the end zone. And so, yeah, that was critical. That stretches. I mean, that's how we've been this year. I think we chip away, we work on our process, do all the things. But at the end of the day, people just make plays, and when we make plays, that just creates a spark.
It's good to know that wasn't my phone. I was listening to the pressers yesterday, and I was like, maybe it's just my phone. Maybe just a little something funky in the connection. No, Salk, that was the moisture. You said it wasn't that big a deal. That was the moisture.
No, I think Ken Woodley ended up sabotaging the whole thing.
And all the electrical cords there in the press room as well, man. Just nasty.
Injury-wise, just waiting on word for Rashid Shaheed. He went out with a concussion, and I really hope he's back, man, because he has become a huge part of what they do.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, so add it all up. Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the number 1 seed, and a first-round bye. That will be Saturday night in San Francisco, 5 p.m. start on ESPN. Looking to bookend their season, trying to reverse the opening week loss to San Francisco. The Niners last night squeaked by Chicago. Almost no defense played in this game at all, and it did come down to the final snap.
Here is Williams. He's got to throw it to the end zone. Clock has expired. Williams keeps the play alive. He's looking. He's got to get rid of it. Retreating. He throws. Incomplete. It's over. And the Niners have won.
If that ball's, a foot higher, it's caught for a touchdown, and the Bears end up winning. By the way, I thought Caleb Williams was fun to watch as heck in that game, man. And I really enjoyed Brock Purdy yesterday as well. I thought both guys played really good football, were entertaining to watch, no defense at all. Purdy goes for 303, 181 all-purpose yards for McCaffrey, but the Bears had nearly 450 yards of offense as well. So I don't know how much to even take out of that game.
Yeah, you kind of watched the games in all the windows yesterday, and that one just looked different. That looked like 7-on-7. That one looked like two defenses that had no answers. That's back-to-back week. The Niners are just rolling. I mean, just Brock Purdy, 5 touchdowns against the Colts, 5 more touchdowns yesterday. They punted like twice in the last month, kind of like a high school team. I mean, just offensively, and they're doing that, and they did it without Kittle yesterday, and out some of their receivers. And then Trent Williams leaves in the first series of the game trying to chase down that pick 6. They're all pro left tackle, and it just does not matter. 2 teams sitting right at the top, playing for the number 1 seed in San Fran and Seattle. That is it. The Rams are out of it. It's San Fran or Seattle.
Are you upset about the Saturday night thing? I love it. I think it's good news for the Seahawks. I think the league is doing the Seahawks and Niners a favor. I've said this now a couple of times. I think the league looked at it and said, I mean, look, I'm probably giving them too much credit because really what the league said was we want Baltimore and Pittsburgh on Sunday night.
That's right.
But short of that, I think they are doing these teams a favor. These are the 2 teams that are win and get the number 1 seed, lose, and you're still in. The other 2 games that matter, loser goes home. So the loser of this game will have 12 or 13 wins, will likely have more wins than the team that is going to have to go play on the road. And they're going to get an extra day of rest before the playoff game, which is much more important than them each having an extra day of rest before this one. I got no problems with it at all.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, the only challenge, I think, a San Fran fan base would say this is their 3rd game in 13 days.
That's their problem.
And a Seattle fan base would say we had to just play on the East Coast.
Okay, but those things even out. Like both teams are playing on a Saturday, and it's not a Thursday. They're playing on a Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, like, come on. It's not that big a deal, and you get an extra day of rest before the next game. So.
And it's pretty easy travel. Like if you had to go play in Tampa on Saturday, on short rest, going back to back, we're having a different conversation.
Rams will play in Atlanta tonight. Root for Atlanta hard because the Rams play Arizona next week. That team is abysmal, just absolutely awful. And one Rams loss would ensure that the loser of Saturday night's game would get the 5th seed instead of the 6th.
Here's the third thing.
Hey, can you speed it up
That's
a little
okay.
bit? Okay, the
Let's
battery
go.
ran out.
What happened to the... Yeah, that's all right. I don't mind.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Ran out of bed there.
No, that's what it happens, Ian. It happens.
It happens sometimes. Kraken win their 4th in a row. Brock playing some pretty good hockey. They nearly shut out the Flyers at home last night. Scored twice with the empty net.
What happened? They traded their off-season acquisition, and all of a sudden
It seems like they really hated Mason Marchment. It sounds like everyone really did not like Mason Marchment.
I mean, did you ever see him up there at the Kraken Iceplex?
He's not
hanging out up there at the bar.
I did not. No.
No?
Not like hanging out with the players there every day.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Oh.
Couple empty netters for Tolvanen. Eberle and Stevenson each had goals as well. Philip Grubauer, that's one of the best games I've seen him play in years last night. We'll see if he's back in there tonight again against the Canucks. I feel like it would be Decord, but who knows? The wins got them 1 point out of a playoff spot, but with a few games in hand. It's everything you need to know. 4:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
I thought we liked Marchment. I thought he had some abrasion to him.
He does.
He's kind of a tough guy.
I think he's got some of that abrasion in the locker room as well, unfortunately. Okay. I'm not sure it played as well as they were hoping it would. All right, Brock,
Can I just correct you on one thing you said there?
Yeah, what I said.
Is you're just kind of talking about the schedule and what happens, and one team's good. The Seahawks have a chance to win 14 games, not just 13. They have a chance to win 14 games and go 14-3. You said, well, the winner is going to go on the road, and they're going to have 12 or 13
The loser
wins.
is going to go on the road.
The
loser would have 12 or 13
all right,
wins.
Okay.
The loser would go on the road. The winner's not going on the road. The winner's staying home. The winner gets home field advantage all the way through. Heck, if the Niners win, they get home field advantage literally into the Super Bowl. So, the loser would go on the road with 12 or 13 wins.
There you go.
Yeah, don't be correcting me.
Okay. All right.
You know me, Brock. I come back from vacation. I'm fired up. I got everything right. And my mom asked me yesterday, she said, what do you think of Sam Darnold? No, it was my dad. My dad said, what do you think of Sam Darnold? And I said, well, Dad, I've been talking about it for months. Thanks for listening. Literally every day, trying to figure out what the answer to that question is. But yesterday, Brock, I tried a completely different tack to try to figure out what I think of Sam Darnold. I don't know if it'll work, but I'll try to explain it to you next on Brock and Salk.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Hey, Mike Salk here. I want to talk to you guys about one of the most important things that I find myself thinking about a lot, and that is retirement. Yeah, when I'm on vacation like I was last week, getting to travel around Europe, which was just amazing. I think about how much I would like to do that more when I'm eventually able to retire. But if I want to do that, obviously it costs money, and you can't just start planning at the last minute. You got to spend years planning and getting ready to have a retirement that you truly want and will enjoy. It's why I recommend talking to my friends at Trajan Wealth. They offer insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings, who are looking for ways to optimize those funds and then enjoy your retirement, right? They're going to take the time to get to know you, your risk tolerance, learning about your goals. Yeah, that you word is pretty important because ultimately they want to work with you with an individual plan tailored around your needs. Do what I did. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to start your free consultation right now. Call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to Trajan Wealth, Trajan, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text ROCK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's ROCK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
Tune in this Sunday as the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
For 50 seasons,
sold out Kingdome as the Seahawks get ready to go down on the field.
When it comes to passion,
the blitz is on, the ball pops loose, picks it up in the 15 to the 10 to 5, touchdown Seahawks!
a noise.
Make a little noise. He's resetting his running backs. Penalty flags all over the place. They're going to blow the play dead.
And dedication. It's always the 12s, celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, well. What? G's not here, but apparently his music is. Thank God we don't actually have G here on a Monday morning.
I just thought it was good music.
Ian.
No, that's G's music. Ugh.
Ian, we only played this one time a week, Ian.
You should have warned me.
I don't have that kind of strength to think about G on a Monday morning. Brock, it's been hard enough trying to figure out Sam Darnold. I'm challenged. He has really challenged me in many ways to try to figure out whether he's good, what I think about him, what he's capable of, all of it. And every time I want to kind of go one direction, he does something to make me go the other way. And it was not that long ago, a few weeks ago, that DJ, Daniel Jeremiah, was on with us. Like, can we eliminate all the buts now with Sam Darnold? And I was like, no, not really. Like, we're halfway through one season. I'm not going to eliminate all the buts. I like what he's done. But let's see him keep doing it and do it in big games and do it in the playoffs. And I feel like all of those questions are still kind of hanging out there. So rather than trying to put like a one-word label on Sam Darnold, trying to figure out what he is, what if we tried to figure out what he's not, which is a lot of things, and maybe that will help us figure out what's left. Does that make sense? So here's what I got. Here's what I think I know. Kind of Pete, what's his name? Peter King like.
Peter King.
I think Sam is not elite. He's not an elite level, top tier, quarterback who's going to carry you to Super Bowls by himself. But he also doesn't stink. He's not a bad quarterback. He's not a bottom tier. He's not a bad quarterback. He does a lot of good things. He's not a game manager. I can't say that. He's not a guy who manages the game and doesn't turn it over and just throws short little passes and keeps it underneath. That's not what he is. He turns the ball turns the ball over too often to call him a game manager. But he's also not really a gunslinger. Like, I don't see him just like whipping the ball all over and I have ultimate confidence in my arm. I can make every throw at every time. Brett Favre, like, I would not call him a gunslinger. He's not consistently great in clutch moments, but he's also not consistently bad in clutch moments. Sometimes he's been good. Sometimes he's blown the game. He's not a running threat. Right? When you watch real running threats, obviously Sam Darnold is not one of those guys, but he's also not a statue. He doesn't just stand in the pocket completely immobile. I'm honestly, Brock, like, I'm really struggling to figure it out. I know what he's not, but I'm not sure I fully understand what he is.
Yeah, I think that is all fair, and the numbers kind of back all of that up, Salk. I mean, it was really going into that LA game down in Southern California. Remember, it wasn't just DJ saying, can we eliminate the butts? He was one of the front runners for the MVP. He had games of QBR of 95, of 97, of 98 at that point. I mean, it was some extraordinary numbers. Completion percentage, pass efficiency. QBR was above 70 at that point, leading the NFL, right? And really, it's been after that you've gotten some of this massive chop, massive volatility. Still really good games, like the one in Atlanta where he was on fire, especially in the second half, didn't miss a throw. And then games like yesterday where the ball is just in harm's way a bunch, including, unfortunately, a fumble and then a red zone interception and a QBR yesterday that was one of his lowest. That with the Rams at 25 yesterday. So
a game yesterday where I'm told that my mother asked during the game, should they look at Drew Lock?
Oh, Jane.
I know. I tried to tell her afterwards, like, Mom, I don't know. 27-10, like, it wasn't that
and this
bad.
Is a guy that's thrown for almost 4,000 yards, Jane. This is a guy who's still top 10 in the league in passer rating. This is a guy that's a Pro Bowler, Jane.
I know. 2 weeks left in the season. My mom's looking to go to Drew Lock. But I understand the frustration because I was pretty frustrated watching the game as well. He had 2 turnovers in the game, a fumble where he fumbled the ball twice on the same play, and a pick that was kind of an iffy call, but it was made up for by the fact that he could have thrown 5 picks in that game. I mean, the ball was in harm's way a lot. As I said earlier about how much I like this defense, I'll say it again about how often the ball was. And it's like the one thing you can't do.
And they were kind of fluky, Salk, to be honest. It's off Cooper Kupp's hands. It's a ball that's tipped on a play action pass. It's one of those things. I had a bunch of friends reaching out yesterday too. Like, is it just me, or does the ball seem to be in peril a lot?
A lot.
And it is a lot. And honestly, a lot of it is at times out of his control. But a bunch of balls get tipped. And I don't think he's got an extremely low delivery. I don't think his release is Bernie Kosar. It shouldn't be all these balls tipped all the time.
4 turnovers in the last 2 weeks, Brock, and that 4 could have been 7. 7 sacks in the last 2 weeks. Now, look, both of those are against very good defenses. Carolina's got a good defense, and obviously the week before against the Rams, but what do you think you're going to see in the playoffs? Good defenses. You're going to see the Eagles. You're going to see maybe Carolina again. You're going to see San Francisco. Well, maybe not San Francisco. You're going to see the Rams. You're going to see good defenses in the postseason. So, all right.
But just when you're ready, Salk, just when you're ready to say that, just when you're ready to write that script, just when you're ready to be like, this guy can't play. He's got an overtime drive against the Rams and throws a corner route, getting hit in the face that very few can make, and then a touchdown, and then a 2-point conversion. And just when you're ready to write it off, like, oh, there's a sack, oh, there's a fumble, oh, there's a pick, oh, he comes and delivers when that game was whatever it was, 17-10, and he throws 2 third-down conversions with a free runner right in his face and throws them absolutely on the money. And then a rollout, a bootleg with their only Pro Bowler right underneath JSN. And if he throws it anywhere else, it might get picked, but he throws an absolute seed and dot to the sideline to kind of put the nail in that coffin of that game. Going 9 of 16 on third down yesterday. It was a big deal. It was a big deal. Carolina was 1 of 11. You were 9 of 16. That's an area of the game that you dominated, and he was very, very good. So just when you're ready to, like, oh, my gosh, throw 4 awful picks in L.A., he's done, he can't play, he lets you do a touchdown, he puts you in range for a 61-yard field goal. I mean, he is confounding is probably the right word.
It's really funny because he's what is?
Confounding. Confounding's a good word.
What's the right word?
Did I say that wrong?
Yeah, it is.
Confounding?
No, I just you faded out for a second. I just didn't hear you. No, confounding is the right word. I'm with you. He's good enough to legitimize the team's playoff hopes, right? He's good enough to legitimize this team, 13 wins, maybe 14, opportunity to go deep in the playoffs. But he's also, I think it's still fair to wonder if he's going to be the reason that it doesn't work out the way you want it to once they end up reaching the playoffs and, trying to go deep inside of, deep through the playoffs. So I'll
tell you what else he is.
I'll
tell you what else he is. He's a leader of men. He's a leader of men. Those guys believe in him.
Clearly.
Mike Macdonald believes in him. The management believes in him. The defense believes in him, Salk, Ernest Jones, and all those guys. I mean, I think of anything else, if you want to cut through, because you can make arguments on both sides of these things, but bottom line, coming off of what they've had at that position for the last decade or so, the last years of Russ and the turbulent years of Geno, the last couple, this dude is a leader of men in that locker room, and the guys will follow him. They will follow him. Doug Baldwin doesn't need to get in his face and say, hey, man, we'll follow you in the darkness, pick your bleep up. Like, they don't have to do that. Like they will get behind this guy. If he makes mistakes, he flushes it. If he has a bad negative play, it doesn't affect the next one. He doesn't become check down Charlie. He doesn't become the guy that is scared to make a mistake. He just continues to forge ahead, and it's why he has a twin in the stands as well yesterday. Salk, that guy that was looking. Just like
I'm
him.
not seeing it. That guy was great. I'm all in on what did Ian Eagle call him? Sam Darnold? I'm all in on that. Ian Eagle was great yesterday. We'll talk more about them in takeaways.
Yes.
But I thought that was great. I really enjoyed. That guy looks just like him. The expression was the same. If that guy just trimmed his beard a little closer, dude, he could walk into any bar in Seattle. People would be like, "Oh my God, it's Sam Darnold."
Yeah, he's got about 25.
I'm going to a lot of the text messages coming in right now. A lot of the text messages coming in are very negative. Very negative. And they're saying, oh, Brock, you're forgetting about this. What about this? I love the way you leave out the drives that were duds. And then 253 even saying it's simple. The Seahawks are winning in spite of Darnold right now, not because of him. I won't say that. I'm going to disagree with you. They're not winning in spite of Sam Darnold. They are putting themselves sometimes in precarious positions because of Sam Darnold, but he's also dragged them back out of those chasms with some really great plays, great throws, and great drives. Yep. So I'm not going to say they're winning in spite of him. That's not true. But the picks, Brock, are the picks and the turnovers are increasingly scary. The ball cannot get turned over as often as it does and hope that you're going to advance deep into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. How do you minimize these giveaways without taking away who Sam Darnold is?
How do you play smart, not scared to make a mistake, right? He is not scared to make a mistake. I mean, he is not, even with all of these turnovers, and they're bottom 5 in the league in the number of giveaways, and he's had, 20 of them, I think the most of any individual in the league. But thankfully, he is not scared. It doesn't take away his will and his want to and his belief that the next one is going to work and the next drive is going to, compensate and make up for it. And, thankfully the running game has been much, much better. I mean, that was one of the biggest positives. We talked ad nauseum about the defense to open the show, rightfully so. But how about the run game yesterday? How about Zach Charbonnet having his best game as a Seahawk? Right. How about finishing runs in the red zone? How about he and K9 going for 180 yards yesterday, 160-something yards yesterday? So that run game was awesome. I think his play action off of it is his great strength. I think his throws down the field are his great strengths. And I think making sure that he plays to his strengths and tries to minimize those turnovers as much as possible will be the story here Saturday night in Santa Clara and then all the way through the playoffs as well.
You and I spent a couple minutes on the phone yesterday, Brock, and I think you made a good point, kind of looking around the league and saying, like, it's easy to get caught up in your frustration with what Sam isn't doing or is doing too often for the Seahawks. But then you look around the league and it's like, man, quarterback play around the league is not incredible right now. Everyone seems to have some sort of a challenge. Even Josh Allen, who this year has kind of been the consensus best along with Drake May, he had, 4 chances at the end of the game and couldn't put it away. I mean, like, they had all kinds of problems late.
That's right. I mean, Joe Burrow's not having any fun playing. Mahomes got an ACL. Herbert's been beat to heck and trying to put things together. Like, these guys that every list would have as tier 1 or tier 2 guys well ahead of Sam Darnold, they've shown some of their warts. Baker Mayfield is falling apart. They've lost 6 or 7 games. Did you watch Bryce Young yesterday? Did you watch him play? You know how he played that game yesterday. He played it very scared, and he checked down everything, and he didn't push the ball down the field but one time on 4th down versus a 0 blitz. So, yeah, I mean, you want Trevor Lawrence. Trevor's done some nice things. C.J. Stroud's done some nice things, but none of these guys have played extraordinarily better than Sam and give you a better chance week in and week out than what Sam has given you as he's led this team to 13 wins.
Probably why he's a Pro Bowler, right? And the one thing he doesn't do that it's hard for me is he just doesn't run.
Right.
Like, it's really hard for me to be 100% all in on a quarterback that doesn't use his legs in this day and age. I've said that for years. It's not new, but watching last night, watching what Caleb Williams brings, the threat of the run, watching even Brock Purdy, his escapability and what he does with his legs, it's really hard for me to believe in a quarterback 100% who doesn't use his legs to some extent. And I think, by the way, he can. Like, I think there is more room for Sam to use his legs.
Yep.
Anything to avoid the picks, though, man. The picks and the fumbles are just very, very hard. All right, Brock, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, what are the people complaining about out there, and how are you going to set them straight today?
Sam Darnold. They're all complaining about Sam. Can't play, Saul. Can't play. He's killing us. And we're winning in spite of Sam Darnold. That obviously is what the text toy is feeling largely. And I think a lot of the socials, very easy to be armchair quarterback. And he gives you fodder for that. But beyond that, Salk, yesterday, it was, man, the social media really upset with these first halves. Really upset with Clint Kubiak. Really upset with the lack of any offense, kind of going back and feeling like, geez, are we playing this game like Pete Carroll? Are we just trying to get the game to the 4th quarter where we can win it? Because these first quarters and these first halves, they've been rough. And they have been the last month, right? There have been some halves down in Atlanta, down in Carolina yesterday. Obviously, the Rams, I don't like, there's been some rough halves. I get it. And there's no way I'm going to explain that away. The numbers are what they are. The production is what it is. But wouldn't you rather have a really good second half? In the last 4 weeks, as much as you struggled, this is, again, back on Sam and this offense and how confounding they are. Yeah, in the first half, the last 4 weeks, they've been abysmal. Over the course of the year, they're still a top 5 first-half scoring team. And, oh, by the way, in the second half, the last 3 weeks, do you know who the number 1 offense in the second half in the NFL is the last 3 weeks? The Seattle Seahawks. And those adjustments that you do make. And I will say there is a little excuse/explanation. And that is, Salk, with as much as the Seahawks do offensively, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 21 personnel, 11 personnel, empty, all the things that they show, there is a bit of discovery. How are these teams going to play us? And then once they kind of show us our plan, then we're going to make adjustments and we're going to make them pay. And I think you kind of want that into the playoffs, right? Against really good teams and well-coached teams. It's all right, maybe they get us in a few of these early rounds. Maybe we got to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to play our different groupings, and then we make our adjustments. And those second-half adjustments and the second-half efficiency and the second-half play is a big reason they're playing for the number 1 seed in Santa Clara Saturday night.
All right, question number 2. Really enjoyed the broadcast, by the way, yesterday. We talk a little bit more about that in Takeaways at 8:30. What did you appreciate, Brock, and what has it done for Mike Macdonald this year?
Yeah, I did. I liked Ian and JJ. I've not heard those guys much, right?
Same.
We don't get a ton of CBS, but I thought Ian, as always, has great rapport with people in his booth. He's got wit and humor. He's also got an incredible eye and kind of seeing everything. And what caught both he and JJ, as they said in the broadcast yesterday, is something Coach has never even said to us on a Monday morning, Salk, and that is, quote, the NFC West is a cauldron of creativity. You evolve or die. And obviously there was a seriousness, and I can imagine Mike saying that in their meeting, right? Kind of looking at him, and JJ and I and all of them like, this guy's not really messing around, is he? No, he's not messing around. And if you don't evolve in your little methods week to week and in your scheme and in your system, you will die. And especially defensively, you'll give up 42 points, as the Bears did last night, and a beat-up San Francisco team gave up. If you just line up and play zone, or line up and show your scheme, or just think you can just line up and have your way with McVay and Shanahan in this division, that ain't going to happen. They're going to stress and they're going to pressure you into evolving. And this group has evolved offensively, defensively over the course of the season. One of, again, the major reasons why they're 13-3, why they've won 7 games out on the road, and will go for a franchise record number 8 again Saturday night against those Niners.
All right, question number 3. Mike Macdonald loves to say complimentary, Brock, and we'll talk to him about that at 9:30 when he joins us. How are the Seahawks doing in terms of being a complimentary team?
Yeah, they're doing it in all 3 phases, obviously. That kind of jumps out to you, right? Offensively, defensively, special teams. At times, and certainly throughout the course of the year, the defense has many times picked up the offense, but, there's other times, like the game at home against LA, the offense had scored 38 points. There's times where it's 3-3 and they're kind of muddied and ugly at halftime, and then the offense makes those adjustments and turns it on. Here's a couple things I do like, Salk, individually, though. Like that's the whole. Individually, you got K9 and Charbonnet now in the top 30 as leading rushers in the league. And Detroit that has that, the Rams have that, Chicago has that, and you have it. There are 4 teams in the league in that spot. K9 is 17th with 930 yards. Charbonnet is 29th at 656 yards. Charbonnet's got 11 touchdowns to complement K9's 5 touchdowns. That group has played complementary ball. How about sacks? Sack numbers have gone down a little bit, right? Teams have gotten rid of the ball, starting with Phillip Rivers. I'm just not going to take a sack. Hot potato. I'm going to get rid of the ball as quickly as I can. So the Seahawks still rank 8th in the league with 44 sacks. But there's no double-digit guy, right? There's Leonard Williams with 7. There's Byron Murphy with 7. There's D-Law with 6.5. There's Uchenna with 6. Like, it's everybody complimentary, not counting on just one guy to go and get that done. A.J. Barner complementing that tight end room. You got blockers, you got receivers. A.J. can do a little bit of both, but how about now 6 touchdowns and over 500 yards receiving to kind of complement JSN and add that weapon. So you're getting it collectively in those 3 phases, and then individually in those 3 areas, it really picked up over the course of the season.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Wanted to ask you quickly about 2 other guys. Well, one other anyway. We've talked before about Ben Fennell, right, who does a good job for does stuff for NFL Network and is pretty good at breaking down film. And there's a lot of people who break down film that I just kind of ignore, but he's not on my list. I like him. And his, did you see his tweet today with the 4 pictures of Byron Murphy?
No.
Oh, you're going to love this, Brock. This is exactly what Chris Long is talking about.
Yes.
You are. This is the one knee thing, right?
Near shoulder, near knee. Near shoulder,
near knee. And if you look at these 4, it's 4 pictures of Byron Murphy being double teamed in all 4 of them.
Okay.
And in all 4, his right knee is to the ground. His left leg is getting all sorts of leverage. He's got his hands up, and he's just immovable. He's just he's being double teamed in all 4. He's just totally immovable. Fennell writes, Murphy is so easy to find in the run game. 2nd year in the NFL, and this consistent versus double teams is rather insane.
Yep.
Pretty impressive. Pretty
As much as I like it, Salk, you know what I just did? I just sent that tweet to Howie and said near shoulder, near knee.
Near shoulder, near knee. You know he's going to get right back to you.
We'll see what
He's
Mr.
going to love
Wonder
it.
does.
All right, Brock, coming up next, the Seahawks, I think, have been given a gift. A lot of people are looking that gift horse right in the mouth. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Red Hawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets.
It's a cold winter night and your furnace dies. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, upgrade now to a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system from Home Comfort Alliance and stay warm. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Get me the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
If there is one thing that is universal in all sports, among all fan bases, it's the belief that your team is getting screwed. Either by the refs, or the league, or the world, or whatever. No matter what, it is the most universally held belief in all of sports, by the announcers, by the networks, that your team is somehow being screwed. And so it was funny seeing the responses online yesterday to the Seahawks and Niners getting the Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock our time game. And Niners fans were like, get screwed. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it. After playing a night game against Chicago, now we got to play for the division, and we got to do it on a short week, and that's ridiculous. And Seahawks fans are like, we got to come back from Carolina, and now we got to play on a short week, and this and that. And everybody's mad. Everybody's going to be mad. And you know what? The Steelers fans or the Ravens fans, whoever wins that game, and then they're probably going to end up having to play Saturday. We had to play Sunday night, and that's not fair. And then we had the short week before a Saturday game, and that's not right. Guys, I think it's a great thing that the Seahawks have Saturday night at 5 o'clock against the Niners. I love that window. I love the late Saturday night game. It's fun. It's awesome. You get into the game, like from a user and viewer perspective, Saturday night primetime, especially on the West Coast when it's at 5 o'clock, is one of the great football playoff style windows you can have. I love the Saturday night game. So from a user and viewer perspective, A+. And from a Seahawks perspective, I got no problems at all. As you said, the Niners are going to be playing, what, 3 games in 13 days?
3 games, 13 days.
You're not.
Yep. Nope.
You had a week off, a mini bye leading into this past week, and then you're going to, okay, so you got a 6 day, but it's 6 days. It's not 4. It's not a Thursday night game. It barely messes up the schedule, certainly not the same way a Thursday night does. And you do it all the time coming off of Monday nights during the year, so it's not like that's an unheard of thing in the NFL. And again, I do think that the NFL's looking at it and saying, whoever loses this game is going to be a 5 or 6 seed who's going to go on the road in the first round with a better record than the team they're playing against, especially if they end up going to either Tampa or Carolina. But regardless, they would have to go to Tampa, Carolina, or Philly. They'd have to travel 3,000 miles across the country and then play on the road despite having 12 or 13 wins, the loser of this game.
Yep.
They deserve an extra day off heading into that, much more so than heading into this game against each other. This makes it fair. I think it's exactly the right thing to do. I have no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, the only bummer to it, and I think the only like legitimate debate is you just played on the East Coast and you fly a lot of miles, and now you've got to fly all the way back across the country, and you do have one less day to get ready. That would be the only complaint. The reality is the NFL knows Pittsburgh and Baltimore is going to rate better. It's going to rate better, even better than a 13-3 and 12-4 San Francisco team. The NFL looked at the numbers of the Rams-Seahawks game, right? One of the greatest games my eyes have watched in that building. One of the most electrified buildings I have felt in 10 years since the NFC Championship game, which I said it over and over after that game. And those numbers for that game that went to overtime, it wasn't one of Amazon's biggest. I think it got up to 16 million. It was still a really big number, a nice number.
Wow.
But it didn't shatter because, they're still kind of, and we've seen this, right? We were furious that, are you kidding me? This isn't the number one game. We don't get Brady and Burkhardt for the first Rams-Seahawks game. No, you don't. Because these West Coast teams, to, I think, the national audience, still will not trigger the numbers that a Baltimore-Pittsburgh. So that's a decision the NFL clearly made with their partners. That will be the Sunday night game. And you're right, you're going to be standalone Saturday. Now, you want some positives on this? Because I do think there's some positives.
I got plenty, yeah.
I mean, positive is Trent Williams comes off.
But sure.
Trent Williams comes off a hamstring injury, and he's got one less day.
Yep.
George Kittle coming off of his ankle injury, and he didn't play last night. He's got one less day, right? Shanahan gets one less day to kind of prep and figure out this defense and how he's going to plan and prepare for that. This is an easy West Coast trip. It's no time zone change, no challenge in that way. I am a little bummed for Shaheed. That would be on the negative column, just as Trent Williams would be, that you get one less day to come out of concussion protocol. And maybe Charles Cross gets one less day if he was going to try to go this week, which I think is in play. You get one less day. So, both sides get some of that. But those injuries for San Fran are pretty real, and some of their most impactful players. And one less day for them to ramp up and get all the way healthy. And oh, by the way, totally standalone, right? No college football. That's going to be the quarterfinals on New Year's and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and like no other games. Like it's you and the Niners, and the whole country will get to watch it.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I love that Saturday window. I think it's a really good time to play football. I think it's fun. So I'm pretty in on this. I think it's a good thing for the Seahawks.
Now we better get Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, right?
Well, I would assume they're not going to send those guys to Carolina, Tampa, right? No.
With this, I don't know. I'm going to guess
that would shock me.
0.9% that you do get Troy, and
that
you
would
do
shock
get
me.
Joe, and you don't get the Chris Fowler, Dan Orlovsky, Louis Riddick booth. Which
honestly, Brock, that would truly shock me. I would be blown away. And by the way, it's nothing to do with the Seahawks, just the Niners. It's just the Niners are the heritage franchise according to the NFL rules, and so yeah, I would be very, very surprised if we didn't end up with Joe and Troy, and maybe we get an opportunity to talk to them, one of them this week before this game. It is a Reaction Monday. It is powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. No, we will not come in on Sunday to talk to Coach. We'll do that on Monday. Yes, I understand that our ads say that we do it the day after, but I think maybe you could use your brain and try to figure out that we'll be here together on Monday. It's not the first Saturday game we've ever had here in Seattle, but we'll talk to him on Monday morning.
And on Monday, Salk, will we be talking about the number one seed? Will we be talking about a Seahawks team that did something no Seahawks team has done before, and that's win 14 regular season games? Are we going to be talking about the playoffs coming through Seattle and having a first-round bye and having to win 2 home games to get yourself to Santa Clara for the Super Bowl? Are we going to be like all of those things? This holiday weekend and Christmas weekend gives everybody a chance to kind of sit back a little bit and kind of watch everything and watch Thursday and watch Saturday and watch yesterday and take in, for me, and to put in perspective, this was a team that most national pundits put in the 20s in the power rankings preseason. Mm-hmm. This was a team that Vegas had at 8.5 wins, and you catch that ticket and you cashed it big time. You have a chance to go from 8.5 to 14. This is a team that most of the national pundits thought you pivoted from Geno to Sam Darnold, and you pivoted from DK away. You've lost your stars. There's no way you're going to get to 10 wins that you did your first year. This is the team that nobody nobody saw coming in this kind of manner, in this kind of form, and have put themselves in position to do things never done.
It's really remarkable
by this organization.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether they're going to win this game. Do you? I mean, do you feel like you have a good sense?
Oh, I think they're the much better team. Team, special teams, defense, offense, team. I think they're the much better team. I think they stopped the run. I think they absolutely battered and harassed quarterbacks, not named Matt Stafford in the second go-around. That was it. He's the only one. He's the only one that's had any fun playing this team other than Baker early in the year with some more injuries. Right? This is a group that's now running the ball. This is a group that now stops a run. This is a group that now gets to the quarterback. This is a group that is phenomenal in the special teams phase of the game. Right? This is a group that, outside of obviously Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, and as hot as those guys have been, this is from just evaluating the team component of it. This is a team with numbers all over the board in all of those phases that San Fran does not have. No, they got an amazing play caller, and they got an amazing running back, and they got an amazing quarterback facilitating and distributing right now in ways that you don't have. But outside of that, Salk, how collectively are the 49ers a match collectively with this match of Seahawks right now? Yeah, I feel really good about it.
I feel great about, you're right, the team, the completeness, the depth, all of those things. But it's just the NFL, right? Like, it's just like one of those things where, like, does that show up in the biggest moment when you need it? And, as much as we just talked all the way through all that Sam Darnold stuff, you're asking me heart of hearts, gut of guts? Mm-hmm. Do I truly trust that Sam Darnold's going to show up and not throw like a couple of – I don't know. I still just don't know.
Do I kind of like that the game is in Santa Clara? I mean, a short week
at home.
It's short week. I would love for it to be in Seattle, but this Mike Macdonald is one win away from George Seifert. Those 49ers teams, as far as road wins, the first 2 years, number 2 in the history of the league. Right?
All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll come right back. We'll talk to Mike Macdonald at 9:30. We got takeaways coming up in 20 minutes after everything you need to know next.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels of $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show.
The Big Seattle Boat Show. It's the best time to buy. January 30th through February 7th. With big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle. Make it a date Friday evenings with Boat Show After Dark, featuring unforgettable ambiance, music, food, beer, and wine. Details and discount tickets at seattleboatshow.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Toyota of Kirkland is celebrating Toyotathon with an inventory sale down on all 2025 RAV4s, the vehicle that's built for adventure and designed for your everyday life. 2025 gas RAV4s, 2025 hybrid RAV4s, all 2025 RAV4s are available at Toyota of Kirkland this Toyotathon for an inventory sale down. Come check out their amazing showroom, the wonderful staff, get a test drive, and take that 2025 RAV4 home the same day. Stop in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Can't talk about it enough today, Brock. The Seahawks defense has really been incredible all year long, and yesterday as good as any other performance they've had. The offense obviously had their issues, but defense just comes up big every time you need them to. And during that stretch where they came up with the 2 picks, or the 1 pick and the fumble recovery, I mean, just incredible. They only allowed a total of 139 yards in the game. 139 yards total. And I know the weather wasn't ideal, it wasn't perfect, but that was not a weather-related factor. That was just complete and utter domination. And ultimately, the offense was able to capitalize on both of those turnovers. Zach Charbonnet doing some damage.
Sam under center, Charbonnet the single setback. Charbs gets the handoff, looks for running room, and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks! Charbonnet from 2 out puts the first touchdown on the board for either team The Seahawks lead now 9-3 with 8:45 to play in the third. Zach Charbonnet now becomes the first Seahawk since Marshawn Lynch in 2014 to record double-digit rushing touchdowns in a season. Congratulations to him and the O-line.
I love that.
He would add another one later to get to 11, by the way. Yeah, it's a good call. He got to 11. He had a 100-yard day. We'll talk more about Charbonnet in a few minutes. I really like that play call, by the way. After second down, didn't work right, where they brought in Robbie Oots and tried to play power. They spread it out on third down and then ran it later box. I thought that was great. I loved Charbonnet's game yesterday, and it was a big part of why they ended up winning that one.
I love the run game yesterday. I loved all the components of the run game, Salk, and I'll get to a little more of this in takeaways. Probably of all of my takeaways this season, it might be my heaviest X's and O's with a couple different touchdowns, with Julian Love's interception. Yeah, a lot of, I found myself just writing a lot of notes yesterday, and maybe more than anything, loving the play calling in the second half. First half left a little to be desired, but the second half adjustments and getting to the run game and getting to the play pass and getting to manageable third downs. In 9 of 16, I'll come back to that, 9 of 16 on third downs was a big, big factor in running away from them. And, oh, by the way, speaking of running away, how about plus 181 scoring differential? Plus 181 by far and away, the best in the NFL this season, and I think closing in on a franchise record as well.
You mentioned those third downs. What did the defense allow?
One of 11.
One of 11 on third down. Yeah, I mean the defense was just incredible.
And by the way, let's give
entirety of that game, and
let's give some grace to Ian. I had Ian dying last segment off the air, so I think the focus is going to be a little challenging for Ian on the board the rest of the way.
Apologies.
Okay.
I'm trying to stay locked in. I just got my first coffee of the morning. I'm getting there.
Yes. All right. See if you can pull it off. Let's see. Last night, Brock, the Seahawks found out that they're going to play Saturday night, 5 p.m. in Santa Clara against the Niners. The Niners coming away with a win. They kind of sneaked out of it with a win. I mean, that was a back and forth. Could have gone either way, and it comes down to the final play, which the Bears have been, just cardiac kids all year long. Had an opportunity to win it, but unfortunately for them, and I think for Seahawks fans, just fell short.
Here is Williams. He's got to throw it to the end zone. Clock has expired. Williams keeps the play alive. He's looking. He's got to get rid of it. Retreating. He throws. Incomplete. It's over. And the Niners have won.
Did he have an opportunity to hit the back right away on that play?
I couldn't tell where his feet and eyes were, but he had a chance to just keep that one in the air, much like Josh Allen had a chance on his two-point play. Brought me back to a preseason game in Oakland where I had former Cougar running back Michael Black on this little play pass, Salk, and I was kind of rolling to my left, and he snuck underneath. And as Holmgren said in our team meeting the next day, I could have punted the ball. I could have just kicked it. I could have thrown it behind my back. The only thing I couldn't do is put it in the dirt and give him no chance to catch it. And that's unfortunately what both Josh and Caleb did on those final plays. Just did not give either of their receivers on the other end any opportunity to even dive for the ball and make a play as it one hopped and skipped. And
he was kind of being chased at that point.
He was, absolutely.
I felt like he was kind of heaving it as far as hard as he could at that point. But I love the hook and lateral play right before that. That was really cool. Just a fun game to watch last night. The Niners offense was pretty scary. 300 yards plus for Brock Purdy, 181 all-purpose yards for McCaffrey. I think 140 of them on the ground. So, something to watch out for. On the other hand, that defense did not play very well. So we'll see what that looks like when these two teams meet again on Saturday night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken win 4 in a row, Brock. Nearly shut out the Flyers. They gave up a 6-on-5 goal. Already scored an empty netter. So, they really played pretty well last night. They win 4-1. Eberle, Stevenson, and then 2 empty netters from Tolvanen. Grubauer was very good in the first half of a back-to-back. They'll play the Canucks tonight. They have been playing better hockey recently, which is cool. The Torrent, unfortunately, lost. Have you been seeing any of the home attendance numbers on the Torrent?
Pretty
good, 10
right?
to 11,000 every single game. It's been awesome. Yeah, really cool.
That is cool. I was I was glad that the Kraken won last night because a lot of me felt like once you got out of the country, they started winning. So maybe it was the pressure of you and your eye of criticism upon them. You leave the country, Iceland, Copenhagen, Sweden, they win. But nice to know that even when you came back, they found a way last night. In all seriousness, I wonder if we're going to be talking down the road about the trade they made. The biggest off-season acquisition, right? And all of a sudden they trade him, and since they've traded him, they've won those 4 games in a row.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. Brock, have you heard of Hakarl?
Come again?
Have you heard of that? Hakarl. It's a traditional Icelandic dish. Hakarl. It's made from toxic Greenland shark, buried to ferment it for months, then hung to dry, which is quite the situation. And then there's a lot of salt on it at the end. I did try it. We went to a place in Malmo, Sweden.
It's poisonous?
Yeah. Toxic. Yeah, toxic. Yeah. What? Went to a place in Malmo, Sweden called the Disgusting Food Museum, which was awesome, by the way. Super entertaining. You could smell a lot of the disgusting foods and see them all. And at the end, they give you the opportunity to try whatever you'd like. Most of it was too disgusting to try. They did have Justin Meyer's favorite balut, I noticed, was there, not surprisingly, and I was not going to go anywhere near that after seeing the way Justin handled it. But I did try the fermented toxic shark, and it was gross, as you might imagine. It was pretty disgusting. Yeah, it's not good.
Hakarl.
Hakarl, I think. I'm not Icelandic. Danish, very, very difficult to understand, but thankfully everybody in both places speaks English. All right, we'll come back here, Brock, with a full set of takeaways next on Brock and Salk.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
On and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
All right, Mike Salk here, and I'm telling you, people all over the Northwest are going to lose 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 pounds by Valentine's Day. No, they're not going to do it by eating Icelandic shark. They're going to do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as their resolution. You can as well. A 15-minute phone call. It's all it takes to get started. Just see if you're interested in this program, if you think it would work for you. I believe it can because it did for me. 15 minutes, that's probably how long you'll sit in traffic today, right? So take that time to do something important for you, your health, your confidence. I did the program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds through 8 weeks. But here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all the New Year's resolutioners, take any pills, eat any bland fake food, no injections, nothing like that. Just delicious recipes, a group to offer support, coaching, and accountability, and an easy-to-follow plan that really does work. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Your new home is ready now. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new construction communities across Puget Sound and Central Washington, with more coming. Find your new home at drhorton.com. America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
253 wondering what sort of fool would be idiotic enough to put something in his mouth that they tell you is toxic. Well, it's toxic before it's fermented and kept in the ground for all that time. So, yeah, it was fine. It didn't taste great, but it was safe. I wasn't too worried about it. I did also try the Icelandic schnapps. It's called, what is it called? Brennivin. That was really good. It's kind of a caraway seed taste, so that was kind of cool. There's a lot of good food. Honestly, I mean, the disgusting food museum aside, the food in Reykjavik, the food in Copenhagen, the food in Malmo, all like really, really good, Brock.
Single best thing you ate on the entire trip?
God, it'll be really hard. I ate the big thing in Denmark are these open-faced sandwiches they call smørbrød, And chicken salad ones were like A+. They're really, really good. Those were awesome. We had a big Christmas meal, which was great, with some of the best beef tenderloin I've had. There was fish. There was a little bit of yeah, it was all, like, everything was good, man. I don't know. For 7 straight days, every single thing I ate was good. And then I came home. I watched the Seahawks win yesterday, and we got some takeaways.
Takeaways.
Well, I said to you, I'm going to be a little X&O heavy on a couple of these, Salk, because they were just that good. Julian Love's interception, well, it sounded like this from Rabes and Wyman up in the booth yesterday.
Here's a 3rd and 4 for Young. Out of the shotgun, Hubbard in the backfield. Young has time, going to let it fly. Got a man out there. It's intercepted. Turning upfield is Julian Love, 45-40. Down the far sideline, 30. Knocked out of bounds. Ball comes out. I think he was out of bounds when he was hit and coughed the ball up. The ball, something's on the ball today as nobody's able to hang on to it. But it is going to be Seahawks ball after the pick. And Seattle's going to have the ball inside the Carolina 30, the second straight takeaway by the Seattle defense.
Salk, you watch a lot of college football, and frankly, you watch bad NFL football, and you see the same thing. You see defenses just running coverages. This is our scheme. This is our coverage. We talked about this a little bit a couple weeks ago with Mike Macdonald and his approach to attacking the play. Right, so really trying to beat the offensive play caller, beat the quarterback with his call on that play. That was so indicative in so many different ways. Julian runs, it's his own coverage, and you see him run to the flat. 9 out of 10 safeties, especially maybe 10 out of 10 in high school or college, they run to their assignment. Hey, man, I got curl flat. And on 3rd down, maybe they got a tendency to run this, and I'm going to get underneath this little out route, or I'm going to get underneath this curl, and I'm going to force the throw to go underneath where we can rally and tackle on the 3rd down. And that's what 99% of safeties do, or linebackers do, or nickel corners do in those situations. Julian Love does that, and he does it with incredible pace, Salk. So when Bryce Young looks out there, he sees the safety just flying, Julian flying out to get underneath that. And he thinks that they've got the perfect call. They got a little wheel route, not just running to the flat, but kind of a wheel seam to his big receiver, Teteroa McMillan. One of the only times he tried to push the ball down the field, in fact. And Julian just fooled him. He runs to his flat. He does it with such pace that Bryce thinks, oh, I can throw it. There's no way he can get back underneath that inside little flat seam, and he does. Because he has eyes, he has awareness, and he just has the experience to take the ball away in that moment. It's why the PFF guys loved his game yesterday, the highest grade on the team at 92.2. That play alone was 100, but everything else that he does through his disguise, through his technique, through getting people around him in the right spots, and then ultimately, not only that, Salk, he had to make a contested catch there with Teteroa McMillan too. He had to catch that ball. He had to take it away. He goes down the sidelines, gets you another 15, 20 yards to set up the second touchdown. It was just about as A++ a play as you're going to see.
Takeaways.
Well, I'm glad you bring up Teteroa McMillan, Brock. I found it hard to watch that game without thinking about some of the draft conversations that we'd had over the last few years, because there were 2 guys on that Carolina team that I know were popular draft targets for a lot of Seahawks fans. The first was the left tackle, Okonwu. We talked a lot about him in the Charles Cross draft. The other, of course, was Teteroa McMillan. And watching both those guys, I don't feel like the Seahawks messed up at all. I mean, like, Okonwu was fine. He did get beat by DeMarcus Lawrence and big sack that kind of ended the game. I don't know if that means he had a bad day. DeMarcus Lawrence kind of done that to everybody this year, but I didn't watch him and think, man, they got no shot of getting to the quarterback. This guy is just too good. And as for McMillan, rather, I mean, you know how I felt about this, Brock. I was adamant that that would not be the right move for the Seahawks. Do not draft a wide receiver in the first round. I'm so glad they didn't. I know he was sick yesterday, and maybe that was kind of a factor in the way he played, but he was a non-factor in the game. The only real opportunity he had to do much of anything was that 4th down play, and he missed it. I mean, like, it wasn't an easy catch, but it was a catch that you see some of the top wide receivers in the game make and would have changed this game. I mean, that would have been a major difference maker in the way the rest of the game was played. Instead, he fails to come up with it, and I was real glad the Seahawks had Gray Zabel. I was really glad the Seahawks had Nick Eamon-Warry, and totally fine that he was not on this roster.
Takeaways.
So if I love the Julian Love interceptions for all of the technique and all of the eye discipline and all the awareness that it required to make that play and take the ball away in that moment, I also love the A.J. Barner touchdown. And this one was a little more about the sequencing of Clint Kubiak, but this is what it sounded like yesterday.
Walker back in, play fake to him. Sam gets hit as he throws. Ball is caught near side. Barner 5, touchdown, Seahawks! Great job by Sam Darnold as he wheels around on the bootleg right. Had a man right there, was ready to hit him, but he fires the ball to Barner down near the 10-yard line, and A.J. did the rest. Taking it in from 17 out, the Seahawks capitalize on the takeaway and make it 16-3.
Yeah, so that followed the interception, and you could see Bryce Young just deflated and defeated. Their whole game plan was not to give the Seahawks any yardage, right? To just try to get the game to the fourth quarter, and he knew that that mistake was critical, and he was hoping it would just be a field goal, but it wasn't. It ended up being a touchdown, and that play followed 3 straight runs. You love the sequence, Salk, and I did too, of Charbonnet's 10th touchdown run, right? Because it was run, run, run. Different looks, different motions, different personnel groupings, but ultimately you committed to the run and did so to pound that ball in. That touchdown pass followed run, 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 including a third down run, and a bunch of those yesterday, and those conversions of third downs were on the ground in the commitment to it. And then after all of those runs, what happens? Well, the safety comes down, and you could not have dialed up a better play. So you watch the safeties. You constantly watch the safeties in the NFL. Any football fan who wants to try to understand the game at a deeper level, watch the safeties. They will often declare. They'll try to disguise. They'll try to show you one thing and do another. But that play pre-snap after 3 straight runs and getting a first down, that safety started to come down to the strong side right away. And as a quarterback, Sam's like, oh, yes. As a play caller, Kubiak's like, oh, yes. If Macdonald knows the play, he's like, oh, yes, this is going to be great because they have so much numbers to the strong side that there is nobody. If A.J. can leak his way through and Sam can navigate the defensive end, which he did, there's nobody there. Cooper Kupp does a nice block down the field, and it's basically a walk-in for, 6th touchdown of the year overall for A.J. Barner, over 500 yards. Love the sequencing, love the play, love the detail, the execution to score back-to-back touchdowns after those takeaways. A huge swing in that game yesterday.
I'm glad you brought up Barner, though, Brock, because he was in mine as well, and they needed someone to step up as a third option. Rashid Shaheed gets hurt. I know you kept saying during the game, you were texting, you're like, go deep. I want to see them kind of throw the ball deeper down the field. To who? I mean, once Shaheed goes out, you don't have Torrey Horton, excuse me. You don't have, it's been forever since I've seen him play. So Torrey Horton, I mean, like, who did you want them to throw it deep to, right? I mean, like, you're missing your starting left tackle. I know Josh Jones actually played a pretty good game, but I didn't really feel like that was much of an option. Instead, A.J. Barner, I thought, really stepped up yesterday. His 2 big catches, you mentioned the touchdown, but how about the 16-yarder on 3rd and long that ends up converting just because he wanted it, right? It was just a straight-up yard-after-catch, physical, tight end kind of a run. Yep. I thought he played a whale of a game. I know, what did you say, he was 2nd in terms of Pro Football Focus grades for the offense, and I'm not surprised by that. I thought he played a really good game, and they need that to continue moving forward.
Takeaways.
All right, since you went so technical, I'll go exactly the opposite. I thought it was a really good broadcast yesterday. Ian Eagle, J.J. Watt, Evan Washburn. I laughed out loud and actually even texted Ian about it when he said, Bobby Brown is the one who jumps. That's his prerogative. I know a lot of people didn't get it. Lyle has no idea what I'm talking about. But I thought that was hilarious, and good for him for making that joke. That was very funny. But the Sam Darnold lookalike thing... Dude, I'm still laughing about the Sam Darnold lookalike thing. It was really funny. That guy looked just like him. He called him Stan Darnold. We had one texter who said, no, it's Fan Darnold. Whatever. I was dying at that. And as for J.J. Watt, I thought he was pretty good. He has kind of a nice way of adding to the game without overdoing it, which is kind of the style that I tend to prefer. Mm-hmm. I actually learned something new, though, yesterday. Did you know on the intentional grounding call, Brock, that the line of scrimmage extended past the sidelines to infinity?
Like the goal
I didn't know that.
Yep, and whoever that gentleman was on the Seahawks sideline, he better be reprimanded by Mike Macdonald today. I don't know.
Yeah, he did kind of screw that up because it looks like it may have gone actually. I had no idea that was the rule. And when JJ first started explaining it, he was like, all right, what some of you may not know is that the line of scrimmage goes all the way from sideline to sideline. I was like, no, I think we know that, JJ. But then he went on to explain it actually went beyond the sideline, which I had no idea. So that was pretty cool. I learned something, and I'll try to remember that moving forward.
I'm going to guess Gene Steratore during the break probably gave a little... Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
You don't think that's something that JJ just had ready to go?
Well, the fact that it came back from break, Salk, is part of the explanation.
Did you know it?
Not in the moment. I knew that in the deep recess of my brain. If I was doing the game live, I don't think I would have caught it totally live. They didn't either. Had to kind of come back to it. And I would say, and there were a bunch of calls yesterday. When you were talking earlier about every fan gets upset at, and it wasn't just a schedule, I thought there were a lot of calls yesterday that some were judgment, some were iffy, some were close, and really none of them other than the late face mask. And even that one, I'm like, oh my gosh, are they trying to talk themselves out of this call? Right, because it wasn't just instantaneous. I think they got New York on the phone or whatever. We're like, how egregious was it? No, it was pretty dang egregious. Even more egregious than the one you didn't call earlier in the game. So,
well, and that ended up being kind of the biggest call of the game.
Yes, and oh, by the way, had they been called, had the Sam Darnold call been called incomplete on the field, it would have stayed incomplete. Had the Mike Jackson been called incomplete on the field, it would have stayed incomplete. So just, those initial calls played quite a factor, and a bunch of judgment calls didn't go the way of the Seahawks necessarily yesterday, too.
Takeaways.
I'm going to give you one more football one. So I got a bunch, but for sure one more football. And then I'm going to get to you. I got to share with you in the audience. A game changer in my life is a gift. And it isn't the new Aloe shirt, which is fine, nor my 270s, the two things I wanted. No, this was in my stocking, and it was a game changer. I'll get to that after this takeaway. I was listening to Mike Vrabel, of all people, on the Fox pregame yesterday, and he was talking about culture, and he made a good point about culture, because culture is something you and I love to talk about it with Coach Macdonald. And what he said was, your culture really comes about. You want to talk about culture? Your culture is at the low point, in the valley. It's not in the mountaintops, not in all the victories. What is your program? What is your locker room? What are your voices when you're at your low point, when you're in that valley? And for the Seahawks, that was that loss to LA. And what were the voices then? That was Ernest Jones stepping up for his quarterback, right? We heard the voices of encouragement. We got this, and all they've done is won 6 in a row after that. I would add one other point to that culture for me over the course of this season with these Seahawks. And that is, not only how do you respond when you're down, how do your backups respond when they're thrust into big roles? To me, that is the culture in the NFL. You're going to play 17 games. You're going to play into the playoffs. Down the road, you're going to play 18 games. And if yours is not a culture that Mike Macdonald talks about all the time, it's not next man up. It's a ready squad. And Josh Jones is going to be ready. Ty Okada is going to be ready. Doesn't matter. Drake Thomas is going to be ready. Whoever is thrust into those roles, Oluwatimi is going to be ready. They're all going to be ready. When their number is called, and not just ready, Salk, they're going to play the best football they've ever played in their lives.
Yeah,
Arizona Cardinal fans were watching that game yesterday going, that ain't the same Josh Jones. That can't be the same Josh Jones. That can't be the same left tackle, third rounder that flamed out in 2 years in Arizona and is now playing the best ball and blocking guys and playing totally competent. Ty Okada, Montana State Bobcat fans are like, I thought he was good. He's a great athlete. I had no idea that he could be a starting caliber safety, and when Julie went out, step in, and when Kobe goes out, step in, and not just be good, but be a difference maker. Yeah, man, the development of players on this team from the offseason through week 17 of the season, a huge part of this culture.
You said that a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week or the week before, Brock, but it has been in my mind ever since that you're absolutely right. Found myself thinking about it during the game, specifically with Josh Jones, but not just with him. You're right. I mean, it just feels like whoever comes in doesn't mean they're going to be the best player on the field, but they should be the best version of themselves. And, we'll talk to Mike Macdonald about that again today. I think it speaks to, he doesn't say next man up. That's always been the old NFL adage, like, oh, next man up league. He doesn't say next man up because to me that diminishes the guy who has to come in at that point. He's just saying you're ready. You're in the ready squad. Everybody's ready. We're worried about all 70 guys. And I think that attitude, that language, all of it has played a role in all of these guys getting coached up and playing really good football.
Takeaways.
Okay, Brock, I'm done. I just got to tell you, I'm done. I'm not going to spend any more time trying to figure out which one of these running backs is going to succeed at any given time. Because obviously I have no idea. I don't know who's going to do what from week to week. And as soon as I start to make a definitive thought on one or the other, they immediately turn around and do the opposite. But I will say this. The version we saw yesterday of Zach Charbonnet is my favorite version of any Seahawk running back currently on the roster. I love that version of Zach Charbonnet. 18 carries, 110 yards, 2 touchdowns, but it was more than the numbers. It was the physical style. It was the success in the red zone. It was the decisiveness and the way he put his foot in the ground and went. It was his ability to make up for mistakes that were made on the offensive line. He got what is there. He tended to even get more than what was there. He had the exact, the whole drive where he carried it 5 times for a touchdown. Look, I didn't think Ken Walker was bad yesterday. I thought he was actually more physical than he sometimes is. I thought he had a couple good runs. But if you ask me in general, which running back do I want to see more of? Yeah, I'm not going to change my mind. It is definitely still Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, that version was really good. Coach talked about the black zone. And I've got to ask him about that because that's a term I've not heard before. It was down in that tight red zone. And the play you're referencing, when big Derek Brown is sitting there, right? I think he beats Bradford right off the snap. And instead of a tackle at the line of scrimmage or for a loss, he kind of jukes in, puts his pads down, and gains, 5 feet, 1.5 yards. And that ended up being a big deal. So they could keep running it and run it on 3rd down and ultimately score on that drive. So I would agree with you. Let me add just one more, Salk. When bigs run, when littles tackle, and when receivers block. I'll talk to DJ about that tomorrow because Cooper Kupp yesterday, phenomenal. You saw him attached. You saw him in the backfield. You saw him in motion. You saw him constantly. I'm going to for sure ask Coach Macdonald about Cooper's blocking because that didn't get its due in the broadcast, and it's going to get its due today.
I wonder if both Jake Bobo and Derek Young fall into that category as well. I was looking at the snap counts as now that Brady's taught me how to find all that. It's very exciting. I can actually go and look at the snap counts after the game. I didn't know that I had access to that before, but I do, which is very exciting. Brady gave me a login, and now I'm able to just go look at all that stuff, which is pretty cool.
Oh, this is exciting.
It is, except now I forget what the login is, so I can't get back to it at the moment. But both those guys played a bunch of snaps, never noticed either one of them. I don't think either of them had a target, so they must have been doing some blocking work, right?
Oh, Bobo had a phenomenal block on one of the long runs on the outside zone that Zach cut it up. Yeah, he and Derek both had tremendous blocks, and Cooper had a bunch of them too.
Takeaways.
I just want to say this. This is my last little takeaway. This thing right here, Salk, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra.
Yeah, tell me about this.
It's a game changer. Of all the gifts, of all the wonderful gifts, let me just tell you, this little deal right here, this little power tool, and it is a power tool. This lawnmower, it would work for you. And in fact, I think whenever your birthday, it's April, right? I'm gonna get you this guy.
I don't need it. I have something like that.
No. I'm gonna Ron Rivera you. You don't have anything like this.
Yes,
if you don't have the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra from Manscaped, you don't have anything like this. Let me just tell you that. Your 3 hairs per pour, no challenge for this guy. Look at the amount of directions this thing has. I mean, this is, and thankfully you don't have to put it all together. It's in multiple different languages. But this thing,
Any of them Icelandic?
Game changer.
Good to hear.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Does it work on your back? That's really the question, Brock. No, that's it. No more takeaways. Does it work on the back?
I don't have a lot of back hair, thankfully.
I have a fair amount of it.
Yeah.
I have a fair amount of it. We did get to go, Brock, on the trip, and this is where the manscaping comes in, to the Blue Lagoon in Reykjavik, which is pretty cool. So even though it was freezing cold and the wind was whipping and it was raining, it's like warm hot springs. Unbelievable. So cool. Just floating around. A lot of odd people, as you might imagine, Brock, to get into the world like that.
Do you know, this may surprise you. I like hot tubs and I like hot baths. I don't love hot springs. Do you want to know why?
Come? Why?
Because when I was young, I want to say single digits, or maybe I was just into my double digits. Some friends of ours took me on a ski trip outside of, I think it was outside of Sun Valley. And on our way there, they had a hot spring. And at that point in my life, I had never seen women with armpit hair. So there were a lot of foreigners, a lot of Europeans there, and there was so much woman armpit hair. They needed this Manscaped thing. There was so much of it that I, to this day,
can't go in a hot spring.
I'm still scared. There's a really good one in Colorado. I'm always like, maybe, and I'm like,
Well, the Blue Lagoon, Brock, is one of the natural wonders of the world. Like it's definitely worth going to, despite the armpit hair fear.
Was there a lot of armpit women hair?
I didn't notice any, but as I said, it was so cold, rainy, and windy outside that we mostly didn't take a lot of notice of the. Nobody was raising their arms because it was too cold to put your hands above your head. But it was pretty cool experience. Also got to see the ice caves, which was awesome. Kind of crawling through these ice caves.
And Heather got you on a hike, which I was very thankful for.
We went up to the top of that waterfall. Yeah.
Good,
I thought I was going to die. It was it was a lot of stairs. All right. Coming up next, Brock, I've kind of taken to making sure that every week I listen to this 1 minute of sound, and I'll play it for you next on Brock and Salk.
50 years of Seahawks football.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
50 years of Mariners baseball. And Seattle sports has been there for the moments that built this city.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, grand salami!
Now we're setting our own milestone. 50,000 YouTube subscribers before the year ends. Hit that number and we unlock a special YouTube-only giveaway. Join the celebration. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube today.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
It's a freezing night, and suddenly your heating dies. A fix could take several days or longer. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, it's on borrowed time. Upgrade now to a dependable Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system and keep your family comfortable. Schedule a consultation today at homecomfortalliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit homecomfortalliance.com. That's homecomfortalliance.com. And happy holidays to all.
University Reprographics reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at University Reprographics. Family owned since 1973. Online at universityrepro.com.
Your new home is ready now. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new construction communities across Puget Sound and Central Washington, with more coming. Find your new home at drhorton.com. America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
O'Brien. The Boat Show, the Boat Show, the Big Seattle Boat Show. The Big Seattle Boat Show. It's the best time to buy. January 30th through February 7th with big selection, big discounts, and big fun for everyone. It's a big deal. Presented by Sundance Yachts and Port of Seattle.
The Boat Show, the Boat Show. You gotta cruise the boat show. You won't believe how cool it is. So bring the family.
Details and discount tickets at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I've made this now a part of my weekly routine, Brock. It never really was before, but I'll play it for you in a moment here. This sound seems to give me, I think, one of the best windows in every single week. And so I think it's worth listening to and gives us a pretty good clue as to what Mike Macdonald is thinking, where this team is at. And I'll play that for you in just
That's very
just
nice. Is that 1 minute video I do on my selfie?
Yeah, nice job, buddy. You do a really good work with that. I figured
Is that what you're referencing or no?
No, I'll get to that in a second. I also need to say thank you, though, to the people. It was about, 12 days ago, whatever it was, last Friday, that I asked the people what I should do on the plane as I had a cold. I was miserable in here.
And then Homeland Security you were on their watch list?
That was not a problem. No, I ended up being, that was not an issue. Good. Went to CVS, and the cocktail worked. Afrin. NyQuil for the plane, and then a little of the good behind-the-counter Sudafed for once I landed. Oh. 1 day, totally gone, no problem.
Oh, that's great.
How about that?
Iceland. How about that air in Iceland? That Iceland, not even the airlines. I'm just talking.
Could have been that.
That fresh what
cold
sea is that
Arctic
up there?
air.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
cleaning it right out.
Little chilly up there. All right. Anyway, it was great. So thank you to the people and everybody who weighed in on the one thing that might actually work on a plane. Brock,
Awesome.
this has been must listen every week. Mike Macdonald talking to his team after wins in the locker room, and it was once again yesterday.
What makes you guys special is it's just we never blink. You play the next play, and then in the second half, guys, you talk about stacking plays. But we got a touchdown, we force a fumble, we got another touchdown, then we roll. Okay, we get a 4th down stop, we come back, and then we get a 4-minute win. And how about that 4-minute win to cap the game off right there? Great job.
He keeps kind of going on from there, and Sam Darnold says, kind of breaks them down and gives a big go Hawks. But what I liked about it, Brock, were the idea of stacking wins, and then obviously kind of pointing out that 4-minute offense that, honestly, we didn't talk a lot about that today because so much of the focus has been on the defense and what the defense was able to do. But I like that just short clip ends up getting to both of those things. The defense stacking wins. When they decide to turn it on and go play after play and then put like 5 or 6 great ones together, like they did against the Rams a week ago in order to help win that game and come back, like they did in those quick stretch against Carolina yesterday, where you get the 2 turnovers back to back. They do stack those wins, and the offense has been able to capitalize on them, continuing to play that not just complementary but complete type of football.
Yep.
And then bringing up the 4-minute offense, which was, look, they were going to win that game almost no matter what, but it really erased any of the doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you just send, I would think, immense shockwaves once again around your opponent, the league, your peers. The Pro Bowl voting, when you and I chatted for a few minutes yesterday, Salk, and we're chatting about Sam, I was like, the biggest thing about Sam and that Pro Bowl vote is he wasn't in the top 10 of fan votes. So that was his peers recognizing game. Game recognizes game. When Carolina's got to kneel on the ball at the end of the game there and hand it back to the Seahawks, would rather not get anybody hurt at that point and just say, all right, I concede. You guys just physically, absolutely dominated and humiliated us today. And I concede, and we're going to take the knee 4 times, and you're going to do it one more time in that victory and you're going to get out of here with yet again another convincing win. So in their 13 wins, you do the math, 13 wins for these Seahawks this year. They have won by an average of 14.5 points. Wow. In the NFL. In the NFL, where that doesn't happen. Your 13 wins, you've averaged 14.5. Your 3 losses have been by a combined 8 points, 2.6 per, right? A less than a field goal in each of those 3 losses, a total of 8 points. It's why you're sitting at plus 181. I looked it up during the break. You're 5 points away from the 2013 Seahawks, who hold the franchise record at plus 186. So if you beat the 49ers by a touchdown this week, you'll add yet another to the ledger of things never done in franchise history. A 14th win, an 8th road win, a scoring differential above the franchise record of 186. Like, you want to talk about stacking numbers. This team is stacking number after number after number and showing you why they're on pace to be the number 1 seed if they take care of business Saturday night.
It got me thinking about the definition of complementary ball.
Okay.
Right. Mike Macdonald said that for a while. He said it a lot last year. And at the time, I really took it to mean, look, we want to have a great defense, and the offensive running game in particular needs to complement that defense, meaning play almost a secondary but complementary role. And you couldn't have the turnovers. You didn't need to have gunsling. Like, to me, it kind of fit. And maybe I heard what I wanted to hear. But in my mind, what that meant was we need an offense specifically designed to complement this defense. A year later, after watching this team and its success this year, I'm not sure that's really – I think I got that wrong in terms of what Mike Macdonald means by that. And that's not to say that he didn't want a strong physical defense or offense. Obviously, he does. But maybe by complementary, he just means complete. A team that is competent and complete in every phase of the game.
That's right. So for whatever and however the game declares itself, we got the tools to win that game in that style. Did not a year ago with Ryan Grubb. Could not run the ball effectively, sat in the shotgun, did not develop a line of scrimmage mentality, did not possess the ball, right? We're not efficient in areas, red zone, third down situations, 4-minute, because you couldn't run the ball when the opponent knows you wanted to run the ball. That's one part of the compliment, Salk, but it is. I think it's having explosiveness. It's having the running ability. It's having whatever the game declares. If this is going to be a low-scoring first half and we got to make some adjustments, fine, we'll do it. And we trust the people and the personnel we've got to do that. If this is going to be a high-scoring and we got to score 40 and, go back and forth and, they got our number today, Matt Stafford last week, fine. We'll take the game to overtime and we'll score 38 to win it and got to do it, through the air a little bit more. So I think whatever way the game that's probably the term, you like that term, complementary. I would say for me this season, the term I'd never heard before is that declares. And what the game declares, and that they're different every week in the NFL. Just watch the 3 windows yesterday. Watch Seahawks Carolina. Watch Buffalo Philly. Watch Chicago San Francisco. They all declared themselves in very different ways over the course of that game. But ultimately, you got to win whatever style that requires that Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that one up, Brock, because I've asked Mike about that almost every single week, and I'd never heard that phrase before, but I think I'd always thought that about NFL games.
Yep.
That NFL games do sort of declare themselves. I don't know that I used that terminology, but just the fact that they're all different, and sometimes you can't get upset about one thing or another. It's just the way the game went. Like some games are sloppy, some games are clean, some games are back and forth, like that Bears game, Niners game last night. Some games are low score. Like sometimes you just can't get up. Well, why isn't the offense doing anything? Well, it's just the type of game it is. Well, why isn't the defense stopping it? Sometimes it's just the type of game it is, and the NFL is like that. But I agree with you. It's a pretty cool phrase, and it's interesting the way these two things kind of work together and are intertwined. The idea of a game declaring, a team playing complementary, being complete, and doing all the different things it takes to win. All cool reasons why the Seahawks are where they are. We can ask Mike Macdonald more about all of this. He's going to join us in 20 minutes. His team has 13 wins. They're looking for 14 on Saturday night. More on that next.
50 years of Seahawks football.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
50 years of Mariners baseball. And Seattle sports has been there for the moments that built this city.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez, grand salami!
Now we're setting our own milestone. 50,000 YouTube subscribers before the year ends. Hit that number and we unlock a special YouTube-only giveaway. Join the celebration. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube today.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my buddy, Dr. Nelson. They're at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland. I've had a couple injuries through the years. You watch as much football as we all watch from Christmas Eve all the way through last night, and you see it. You see the trauma that can come from the game that I love. But you don't have to play pro sports or pro football to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you on this Monday morning, here as we wrap up 2025, you wake up with a painful joint from arthritis, and it affects you. Makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where Dr. Nelson is ready for your phone call. He and his team at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. He is the only doctor with over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion for over 30 years. So his tool bag, it's got it all. Whether it is stem cell therapy or PRP treatment, he's been there and he's done it. And he doesn't want you living in pain anymore. So give him a call this morning at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best Eggs. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses, and yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels of $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
What was your favorite defensive stat from yesterday's game? There were a lot of them worth noticing. I think certainly the 8 yards being the top grossing play for the Panthers is going to be, or I'm sorry, passing play. I guess they had 11 on a running play, but I mean, like, they just could not move the ball. The one that's jumped out to me the most is the 2.7 yards per play.
Yeah.
That is a crazy low number in the NFL today. Not per carry, 2.7 yards per play in general. That is just remarkable.
did not even give up a hint of an explosive play. The fourth down that you blitz and you brought cover zero and you had Spoon on Tedero McMillan. It was a decent throw, gave him a chance, but Spoon grabbed his arm and he couldn't corral it with one arm. That was the only sniff, Salk, of anything explosive. They had an 11-yard run to start the game in their 3 tight end package. Didn't get back to that after the injury. And then the 11-yard scramble for the touchdown. That was it. That was the longest play from scrimmage, was 11 yards twice. And an 8-yard pass in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
I think he had one other scramble for 10 yards, and essentially that was it. The defense just doing it all game long. 14 of 24 through the air for Bryce Young, who was rendered meaningless in this game. He had 54 yards through the air, but then 14 of them come back off because of the sacks. They got to the quarterback. They pressured him nonstop when he did drop back. They completely shut down the running game with both of those running backs, Hubbard and Dowdle. And then they had a couple of turnovers. We talked a lot about the pick from Julian Love. How about the DeMarcus Lawrence play, Brock? And right. Once again, specifically the result of his hustle, of him just not giving up on plays.
Yeah, the first time was Aaron Jones, right, Minnesota, where he came all the way back around and dislodged both shoulder and ball. And this one was like a Sean Merriman, like, you know, remember Merriman's like celebration with the double punch? Like, he came in there and just absolutely same deal, like retraced his steps, all effort, all want to, came back in, dislodged it, picked it up, nearly took it back to the house had he not been touched on the ground. Like, it was just, I saw somebody on the national level tweet that DeMarcus Lawrence may have been the best offseason acquisition. And when it comes to ROI, the return on investment, in the $11.5 million you're paying him versus the $40 million that Hendrickson, the $45 million that TJ Watt, that those guys make, yeah, ROI, one of the best deals of the offseason.
Yeah, I love this guy. And somebody had texted in earlier today saying, hey, when you talk about Sam Darnold, you really should consider him as Sam Darnold and DeMarcus Lawrence, because with the money you're saving on Sam Darnold, you were able to go sign DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't know if the world truly works that way, but I like the thought process behind it. And certainly if you include DeMarcus Lawrence in that, what an unbelievable deal that is.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, speaking of Sam Darnold, Brock, he's going to have it all in front of him. The NFC West title, the #1 seed, a first-round bye, a chance for a 14th regular season win. They'll do it Saturday night, not Sunday, Saturday night, 5 p.m. That came out last night after the Niners game, so both teams will be on one-day short rest. As the Niners did squeak by Chicago last night. Very little defense played in that game, and actually, they nearly lost on the final play of the game, but they come away with a win. Brock Purdy was very good, 300-plus yards, 181 all-purpose yards for Christian McCaffrey, who was at his best last night. But the defense was bad. I mean, nearly 450 yards they gave up to the Bears.
Yeah, they don't pressure the quarterback. That's a positive. Teams that get after the QB can be challenging for any quarterback. They don't do that. They're one of the, I think, 18 sacks on the season, one of the worst in all the NFL. Without Bosa, without Michael Williams, without Fred Warner, they have lost so much in their front. It's kind of hang-on mode and just try to steal a possession, take the ball away, just try to give Brock Purdy and McCaffrey in that offense. It's as hot as anybody going right now, Salk. 5 touchdowns in Indy. I mean, they absolutely torched the Colts, come back, Brock with 5 touchdowns, 3 through the air, 2 on the ground. And Matthew Stafford is going to win the MVP this year, and he's deserving of it with 40 touchdowns and 5 picks. But what Christian McCaffrey means from a value standpoint to any individual team, he is right up there with Stafford as being that kind of important to the 49ers.
And I'll just say it again, I love the Saturday night window. I love that they're going to play in prime time. No problems. Both teams are on a short week, so it's not like it benefits one more than the other. I think it's just fine. I like it, and it does mean
benefit San Fran, to be fair. They played at home last night. They get back-to-back home games.
Yeah, they played later, though.
Flying all the way across the country.
They finished that game 8 hours later. It's only really a 12-hour difference between when the game would be on Sunday. I don't know. I honestly, I don't think that's a huge advantage for them. I just don't see it that way. And I think it's nice. The loser of this game will have 12 or 13 wins and will need to go on the road in the first round of the playoffs. I'm glad that they won't be doing that without an extra day. So I think it actually works out pretty well, and I think that primetime Saturday night window is a pretty cool time to play football.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken win their fourth in a row. They shut out, or nearly shut out, the Flyers. They did give up one on a 6-on-5 after they had already scored an empty netter to go up 3-0. So whatever. They win 4-1. Tolvanen had both of the empty netters, Eberle and Stevenson earlier. Grubauer very good in the first game of a back-to-back. And, Brock, that's 4 in a row for a team that looked dead in the water a week or so ago.
Marchman, is that his name? The abrasive sandpaper?
Mason Marchman.
Mason Marchman. Move on from old Mason and find a way. Is that coincidence? I don't know.
Doesn't seem like it.
We talk about culture. We talk about all these things that seem to matter off the field, off the diamond, off the ice. And, after losing 9 of 10 and being in a real valley, as low a valley, frankly, as they've had in 4 years as an organization, to climb out of it and win 4 in a row and give yourself a little bit of life. And then who? The Canucks? The Canucks tonight?
Canucks tonight. Yeah, nice. They get them twice, I think, in the next week. So that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, so Matthew Stafford, we're going to talk to Mike Macdonald in just a moment here, but Matthew Stafford's going to win the MVP.
Yep.
Who's going to be the coach of the year? Who's going to be the executive of the year?
Well, Macdonald is second in the odds right now in coach of the year. I think Vrabel's going to have a strong case. Ben Johnson, although they lost last night. So Macdonald's right in the mix. Jackson is in the mix. He and Puka Nacua for offensive player of the year.
Liam Cohen?
I think Liam Cohen is up there for coach of the year as well. So I think there's a little race there still left. And maybe if Mike takes care of business and gets to 14 wins and gets the 8th road victory and ties George Seifert and all that.
He won't. Even if he wins that, it's not going to matter. Nobody's going to notice that he even exists.
You won 10 last year, right? The whole narrative will change. You won 10 last year. You were a good team, even though everybody picked you to finish the bottom of the division.
Doesn't really matter. Already a good team. All he
John
did was
Schneider's
just show
got to
up.
win executive of the year, though.
Nah.
Right? John Schneider had no. After the
didn't
drafts,
somebody draft Andrew Luck this year or something like that?
After pivoting away from Gino and DK, after adding Cooper and DeMarcus, after the draft that you have had, hiring Mike McDonald, John Schneider finally is going to get his due.
I think you're right. And he deserves it, absolutely. Coming up next, Brock, we'll talk to Mike Macdonald himself. We'll see what the coach has to say after a big win yesterday. His defense was awesome. We'll ask him about that and more next.
Seattle, the Seahawks and Mariners are hitting the big 5-0, and so are we.
Holy catfish!
Almost. We're pushing to 50,000 subscribers on YouTube by the end of the year.
Upper Deck Goodbye Baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
When we reach that goal, we're dropping a big-time giveaway exclusively for our subscribers. So don't miss out. Subscribe right now to Seattle Sports on YouTube and help us unlock the celebration.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and obviously as I was gone last week and getting an opportunity to travel, I do find myself thinking about how much I love that. I loved being in Europe, loved learning about different places, different cultures, eating different cuisines, all of it. And I want to do even more of it when I get to retire one day. Well, guess what? You don't just get to turn around one day and decide I'm ready to retire. You got to plan for it years in advance, and you need help. At least I do. It's why I call my friends at Trajan Wealth. They offer tailored insights and strategies. And what I love about them is how many questions they asked me. Introductory meeting was all about me. I think my favorite subject, right? Talking about myself. But it was important. They got to get to know you in your case, right? In order to figure out what the plan should be, your risk tolerance level, your goals, your timeline, how you want to live one day. All of those things are important. So they ask a lot of questions and then they tailor make a plan for you and your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Schedule your free consultation. Call them at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or you can go to Trajan, that's Trajan, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, Get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
It's Toyotathon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyotathon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 1-852-255-2163.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness! What a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks a tackle. Touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Macdonald going to be with us here in just a moment as we wrap up a Brock and Salk show here, coming off of another win as the Seahawks get to 13 of them now on the year, Brock. It's really been quite the journey, and I really just enjoy the way they do it as well. We've talked about some of their, some of the way they go about their business, their philosophies, and we get the opportunity to talk to the coach about it again right now.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, presented by your local 76 and Conoco stations, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Good morning, Coach.
Morning.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
It's fun trip.
Yeah, piece of cake. sit in the chair until it lands.
It was kind of a weird look there, huh? With the fog, and it must have been just kind of a cool scene.
What, the game?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's...
You notice any of that? I know sometimes you say you don't take a notice of the environment, but the Batman Gotham environment, did that jump out to you at all while you were?
No, not at all. I mean, it was cold. It was colder than I thought. I had to put another layer on.
Oh.
Then it rained a little more than we thought, I guess. But yeah.
Anything else surprise you over the course of the day, or everything else kind of just what you expected?
It's like, hey, when on April 16th, is this, what were your expectations? And there's no expectations. Get the expectations questions. Yeah, there's no expectations. Yeah, let's just talk about the game. I'm all over the place because we're talking about next week, and there's some other things that we're working on right now that my temperature's a little high on. So,
like what?
You guys could probably figure that out. Come out of the game. This is awful radio. Sorry. I was not ready for this. I apologize on behalf of, what's the parent company here?
Bonneville Media?
Yeah, Bonneville. I apologize to your bosses. That rating's got to be low on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, game. Yeah. I think it's cool that we win different ways. It's a bummer. It seems like it's a little bit of a trend now in the first half on these East Coast games. It takes us a minute to get oiled up and rolling, but guys stayed in it. I think the phases of our team playing as a team rather than as individual phases, I think is great, and we need to play like that to win. And so they keep proving it. The guys are steadfast and resilient and relentless, and hold each other accountable. And I thought we put together a heck of a second half. We played off each other, and defense got the turnovers when we needed it after we turned it over on offense down there in the red zone, and then offense put the game away late. So that was awesome.
2.7 yards a play. How many times have you been around that as a defensive play caller, Coach?
I don't have a log of all the games, but what happened? How that number gets that way, Brock, is the lack of explosives. Yeah. I think maybe one of the longest plays of the day was the first play. So that really, to me, that tells us the tale of how we played on defense. How do you limit explosives? Well, you got to get to the ball. You got to tackle well. You have to play great coverage, rushing coverage, complementary stuff. You have to play great on first down, so you limit kind of their menu as they move forward. Our guys did that. I mean, this is the best PN10 team in the league. PN10 meaning the first drive of this first play of the series, and so that was a major emphasis of a situation that we had to win, because if you didn't stop them early, they're kind of like they turn into a train. Like they're going for it on third and fourth downs, and then they're really good in the red zone. So. Guys did a great job at the beginning of the series.
It's almost like they're good at stacking plays once they
yeah,
get going.
Yeah, and nice. That was good.
Thank you.
Well, that's good radio.
Well, I feel like I've been trying all year to learn and understand a lot of the phrases that you use a lot. I want to come back later to another one that I think I got wrong last year, and I'm starting to understand it better, I hope. But talk to me about stacking plays, because you said it yesterday again in the locker room, referring, I think, to your defense specifically, and during that stretch where they get the fumble, they get the interception, not unlike kind of the way they rose up the week before against the Rams. You have those 2 or 3 great series in a row.
Yeah.
Is that stacking plays when it almost feels to come in waves?
Yeah, that sequence was really kind of like, hey, we lost a play. Let's kind of reload and let's get back into the series of stacking. I felt like at the beginning of the season we were playing well independently, like by phases at times, but like the cohesion of being, like the Pittsburgh game, for example, I felt like we were kind of disjointed, and we were fortunate enough that some things fell our way, and the guys played great in the second half. but especially early in the game, I felt like there were opportunities where, like special teams could play off of offense and vice versa. Defense can pick up where the offense left off. That was an opportunity for us to really build our team and take our team to the next level. And we started to do that against New Orleans. And I just felt like for where we were in the season and for us to take our team to the next level, which I felt like there is another level to where we can go. That's this type of stuff that we need to be able to do. And sometimes it doesn't, you're not going to have, inevitably there's going to be not great plays. And so what do? Well, you don't want to stack poor plays. You got to go to the next play, have a great play, and then stack on top of that one, if that makes sense. It's kind of like reloading, refreshing the whole thing and then moving forward. And then that's, to me, like you talk about momentum, that's kind of how you build momentum throughout a game. That's what we're shooting for.
We love talking to you about culture, Coach. We've done that a ton this year. I think we reiterated a line that Daniel Jeremiah has said to us of your bigs run, your littles tackle. Like to him, scouting wise, that's a big thing. I would add one other one to that too, Mike, and that is your receivers block their butts off. And yesterday, watching Cooper in all the different insertions, watching Bobo when he gets in, Tariq when he gets in, it doesn't show up on the TV copy, right? I don't even think they talked about it yesterday in the broadcast. But talk to me about the effort of those receivers and the role it played in such a successful run game.
Well, yeah, I think one of the big messages coming out from the game, I think offensively is it's all 11 all the time. And the 12 is 1 really does mean, hey, the product is really because of everyone working together, of the synergy of what we're trying to do. And as little as your role is, or as big as your role is on that play is, essential to the success that we're going to have as a team. And so receivers blocking in the run game is a great example of that. And there's a lot of great examples of that. And when we do it, there's at all three levels of the offense, we've had great plays, and then we have guys talented. We have talented enough guys where if things don't go right, we can kind of get out of the down by making it a good play. But when it all works together, it's powerful stuff.
Really
and then
dumb
I think
question. Can I ask you a really dumb question?
Sure.
Because there's 11 guys on the field. So what is the 12th?
12 is like, hey, well, at home it's with the 12s. By the way, shout out to the 12s. We had a ton of people there at the game. It's incredible.
Yeah, you see Sam's twin? It was amazing.
I did see that, actually, yeah. Steph showed it to me last night.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty wild.
Yes.
So what did they just find the guy in the stands?
Yeah,
and then they said, hey, this is like Sam's Wario or something?
Yeah, so let you know how the TV broadcasts work, Coach, especially as that game gets a little out of hand. Those cameramen and women really enjoy during timeouts. They will scan the audience for different things, whether that's a drunk Santa falling down the stairs. Yeah, or whether that's finding an identical twin to Sam called Stan Darnold, as Ian called him. But anyway, back to 12. What is the 12th? 12 is 1.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, it's a lot of things. One, it's the 12s. So the feeling we're trying to create is that you're playing more than 11 guys. So that's the power of the 12s. That's the synergy of how we play as a team. That's the sideline as part of it. That's if you want to nerd out, it's kind of like, hey, I'm doing my 1/11th and then some. So we joke, it's like I'm doing my 1.09. You multiply that by 11, you get 12. All sorts of ways you can describe it, but it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling that we're trying to create for our opponents. So I think it's a pretty cool, easy visual that we're chasing.
I won't speak for him, but I think Bryce Young would say he was playing about 15 guys at times yesterday. He just, overwhelmed at times, it felt like, by your defense. I wanted to come back to Brock, though, asking about the running game, and specifically Charbonnet yesterday. I know he kind of pops with over 100 yards. Yep. Tell me about his style of run and what, when he's going right, what does it look like?
Man, I think there's different facets to his game. He runs a lot of his production yesterday was on our wide zone stuff, which based on the game plan and the way the game was going, we felt like that was a good plan of attack, and he was able to read it out. And like, to me, when I'm watching, if we're decisive in our tracks as runner, and Sharps has been that, then that's when we have our best chance in some of those schemes. And he was, and we were able to get north and get square. And then he's got this balance of vision, and then there's like a heaviness to him that he's hard to tackle. I mean, the best part about his game yesterday, in my opinion, were some of those situational runs. I mean, the 4-minute was he stacked like 4 great runs together. Those we talked about at the end of the game, but like, those low red zone runs where, 2 yards when you're on the 4-yard line is like a really good run on first down. It doesn't sound like it, but you'll take it every time. And man, did he? The third down conversion run was huge for us. He almost broke another one that was blocked tremendously, and he stuck his foot in the ground. He had a really, really great game.
When you mentioned yesterday in the post game, Coach, the black zone.
Yeah.
Can you educate me in some of the? That's a new term for me. What that refers to.
Yeah, we were just at some point we were looking and saying, hey, like not all red zone plays are the same, right? It's and it changes by game how you do it, but at a certain point, you're basically in de facto goal line. But nowadays, like a lot of people go goal line. They go jumbo personnel and put a bunch of big guys out there, and you do a rugby scrum, try to get in the end zone. But a lot of teams nowadays, they either stay in whatever personnels they normally stay in. And so we just needed a way to describe that, once you get to a certain yard line. Is it the 6? Is it the 5? Is it the 4? Is it 3? It changes from week to week based off how your opponent operates and, your game plan. But that's basically, hey, it's the score zone right there towards the goal line.
I got to follow up now on a couple of these terms that we've talked about and heard you say. And the first one for me is complementary ball. And hearing you say it last year, I think I got it wrong. Trying to figure out exactly what that meant. When I heard you say it last year, I think I interpreted it as we need to be able to run the ball well enough to complement the defense, and that the offense needs to just play not a secondary role, but just kind of behind its defense, being a complement to it.
Yeah.
And listening to you more this year, I think I got that wrong, and that it really sounds like it almost means more a completeness to the team and an ability to take on anything.
Yeah, I agree. I don't. The way the second one, all right, the latter is definitely how we see it. It's just team football. It's good, sound Seahawk football. We're unselfish, and we're there for each other. I think some people might say, hey, complementary football, like, hey, let's take care of the ball. Let's do it the way you said. Like initially, hey, we're gonna play great defense, and we're gonna run the ball and take care of it, and kind of matriculate down the field and see where it is in the fourth quarter. I don't think that's us. I think we can do a better job, obviously, taking care of the football. But to me, those are inputs and decisions that we make, and we've had some things not go our way, and so the results aren't what we want. So we have to go back to our process is the point. But I think the intent and how we call games and things like that is complementary.
So the next one then is, and I keep finding you use words very specifically and for a reason. I've never heard you say next man up mentality in talking about injuries or guys. Yeah. I've heard you instead you say the ready squad and use some different terminology. And I think Brock has pointed out a few times it feels like guys that step in for your team have had played some of their best ball of their career. How much of that comes back to that mentality?
I appreciate you noticing that, because one thing I think that we've grown in from really the latter part of last year into this year was, hey, if we're going to do something, let's make it the way that we want to do it. Let's make it our style that fits our team, our identity, our people. And so that's something that is the way that really honestly, it's part of John's vision of how we want to construct our roster, frankly. And it was new. That's new to me from coming here. I've spoken about this in the past, but the more I learned about it and understood, how we were trying to operate, I was like, man, this is brilliant. This is definitely the way to do it. This is awesome. And so I think we messaged it better to our guys about what we were trying to do, and it was more of a streamlined communication to kind of get everybody on board on how we want to operate and, hey, how critical it's going to be that we're going to need everyone, through this kind of, over the course of the season. And the guys have bought in, and they've been phenomenal, and then we've been able to have that feeling when guys have had their opportunity where we're excited to see them play, rather than saying, oh shoot, so and so's got to play this week. Oh God, this guy's not ready. We're not, what are we going to do? It's like, oh no, like, okay, it's a bummer that we lost, whoever, but now this is a great opportunity for, so-and-so. And then I think when you go in with that attitude, I think it also gives those guys confidence that, hey, we believe in you and we got a great plan. Let's go nail it.
Speaking of a wordsmith, Salk, the NFC West is a cauldron of creativity. You evolve or you die.
Okay.
Who said that? It's like Coach Macdonald.
Sounds like something Chris Partridge would say.
Was that something Coach Macdonald said to Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt as they kind of used your words yesterday in the broadcast, Coach?
We're going to have to check the transcripts on that one. I don't know. It doesn't. Does that actually sound like something I would say verbatim?
It sounded a little poetic, I thought.
I'm not there's too many uhs and ums when I talk.
How about the
There's
sentiment?
too many pauses.
How about well, that's for sure. How about the sentiment behind it?
I mean, Brock knows. By your reaction, Brock, you know that I did not say that.
Oh, I wrote it down yesterday.
Come on, JJ, I thought we were buds.
Yes, I wrote it down in my notes. So,
I will say I really do like that. And that what do you call it? A broadcast crew?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they're really great, but except for that one, we're gonna have to talk about that later. What's the question? We're talking about creativity, NFC West.
Yeah, just did you get home and get a chance to watch some of that game last night with this opponent you'll face on a little short rest?
We may or may not have tried to watch it on the plane to some success. I think we caught about 4% of the plays. I did see the last play right when we were landing, so that's all we've seen up to this point. We've got an occasional score. It was like keeping track of scores back in like 1994.
Yes.
You don't really know what's happening. Maybe that's a bad date. I don't know, but
about 1994, I remember calling we were in high school. We used to call a number, like literally with a phone call, to get scores of games.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, actually, so 94, I was in Boston, so maybe the year before, a couple years before, but like Monday mornings, I'd go to my dad and he'd be reading the paper, and I would ask him what the Patriots score was. And back then, there wasn't a lot of wins.
No, there were not.
That's how I got the scores. Yeah.
How do you feel about the Saturday? Do you care at all? How do you feel about the Saturday night window, short rest, any of that?
Whatever.
Right. Just play whenever the time is.
Yeah. When's the game? Let's go put together a plan. Let's go.
What does
Fun
it
team
do
to put a plan together against?
Like, how does it affect the schedule?
Yeah, what does it do, like, legitimately? Yeah, just technically, it's not a Thursday game, right? Thursdays are hellacious on everybody.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a mix, right? It's there's going to be a blend here of how do we get as most prepared. How much time as coaches on the front end do we need? How much time do the guys need to recover? How do you get, what's the proper amount of reps that you need, full speed versus walkthrough? I mean, those are things that we're working through right now. I think we have a pretty good idea how we're doing it, but the guys will be in tomorrow in some capacity, and then it's a West Coast thing, so it's a one-day trip. It's a 5:00 game, so it's hard to do like the true and you're not that it's just there'd be something maybe you do game day morning, maybe some sort of light walkthrough or something, but it's kind of it's like a combo of a Thursday, Sunday, and then more slanted towards Sunday, obviously, because of how you get 6 days instead of whatever 4.
How crucial is the bye to get heading into the playoffs?
It's kind of is what it is. It's like we got to worry about that after. That's like a results process type of thing. It's like we can't be worried about the result of this game right now. We have to be worried about when I get out of here, we're going to finalize our schedule for the week, and then we've already met with all 3 phases, so we should have minimal drag here all the way through tomorrow morning lunchtime to put a great plan together.
Do you spend a little less time on the Carolina game then, Coach, with this little shortened?
So I met with Clint this morning and AD and Jay, and off we go. So instead of having more of a thorough breakdown, it's like a little bit more than you would do on a Thursday or going into a Thursday game.
And you guys played these guys week 1, unlike LA that was 5 weeks later, Arizona that was like 3 weeks later. I mean, does this almost feel like an entirely different season, having played these guys 17 weeks ago?
It does, yeah. It does. Now, it'll be interesting. I mean, I'm going to go – the next thing I'm going to do after we do the schedules, I'm going to watch that game, obviously, and then get to work based off how their season's gone out, what's the proper amount of games to prepare for, all that type of stuff.
We have just a couple short minutes. I know you're not going to tell me what's going on with Rashid Shaheed, so I won't even bother asking you.
I'll tell you exactly what's going on.
Yeah, what's going on?
We got to figure out how, where he's going to be in the concussion protocol. We'll see.
So we don't really know anything yet. We're waiting on that one. So let me see if I can ask you 2 quick ones in 2 quick minutes. One would be DeMarcus Lawrence, who I feel like I've asked you about almost every week.
Yeah.
But you talk about that shocking effort.
Yes.
How much effort does that fumble play take?
I mean, this is like him in a nutshell. I thought I saw something. I thought it was pass. Oh shoot, it's not pass. Let me go make it right. Come back with a right haymaker, get the ball out. Oh, I might as well just pick the ball up and score, celebrate. I mean, it's just an absolute chaotic play in the best way. It's probably the best way I can describe it.
The other one was, and I just saw that, again, I'm not a film guy. I'm not capable of watching the film and really understanding what I'm seeing, but I did see these 4 pictures yesterday of Byron Murphy, and in all 4 of them, he's on one, I'm trying to pull it up for you here. He's on one knee and just being double teamed in all of them. And it's awesome what he does, just kind of getting onto a knee and just not giving up any ground. Here's some of the video of it, but there were 4 pictures, stills of 4 different plays.
Yeah.
How hard is he to move?
Well, just stand next to him and try to imagine what that would feel like to, knock him like 3 or 4 yards back into a linebacker's lap. It's once you do that, it becomes pretty obvious. But I'd say this, like his overall strength, technique, anticipation. I think he's the best in the world right now at especially A-gap double teams.
There's the 4
I think I have a hard time thinking anybody's better. So he's playing great football for us. He really is. And on third down, I mean, he's playing great ball as well. I mean, so he's a phenomenal player. He really is.
Those 4 pictures, he's like in the exact same position in all of them. Right knee down and sort of the foot off to the right side.
Well, similar blocks. Not the same, but similar blocks. So really good block recognition. Really good.
Pretty cool.
Bonneville Media wants to thank you, Coach. Much like your offense.
It got better. It got better. I apologize.
No, you made adjustments. You responded. It's about finishing.
Yeah, it's kind of like yesterday's game,
Yes.
Get an opportunity to go for 14 wins on Saturday night, finish out this year, an opportunity. I mean, everything right in front of you guys. You got to be pretty happy and excited. I know you're in the middle of it all and you're not like looking at it from the end back.
No, yeah.
But this is why you do it, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we're really excited. We're really excited. We're fired up. The guys have earned this opportunity. So let's go put a great plan together and go let it rip. Go try to win a game.
Well, looking forward to talking to you on Monday morning after all that goes down, and hopefully we won't talk to you the following Monday, and you guys will be sitting home trying to wait and see who you're playing in week 2 of the playoffs. But good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll talk.
We'll be in here, I promise. We won't be at home.
I won't be here.
Okay.
You'll be here.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Unless you want to hang out.
Regardless.
Unless you want to hang out. I mean, we're always down for a little extra. Bonneville Media has requested a second extra one. Coach, congratulations. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Brock. And we'll get out of here as well. We'll catch all you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And until then, the hay.
Oh, I know where it's at, so it's in the bar.
See you, everybody.
Charbonnet breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Setting up the biggest game of the season.
A critical, huge NFC West battle against the San Francisco 49ers.
Seahawks are going to play for the NFC West title, the #1 seed, and a first-round bye.
Holy catfish!
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Let's go do it. Let's go rip it.
Seahawks 49ers. Saturday. Kickoff at 5. Pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
It's a freezing night, and suddenly your heating dies. A fix could take several days or longer. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, it's on borrowed time. Upgrade now to a dependable Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system and keep your family comfortable. Schedule a consultation today at HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com. And happy holidays to all.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Look, it's never too early to plan for retirement, right? Whether it's decades away or maybe just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. It's Mike Salk here, and my friends at Trajan Wealth offer tailored insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings looking for ways to optimize those funds. Start with an introductory meeting. That's what I did. They'll explain their strategy, which is tailor-made to your specific needs and goals. They'll help you with the accumulation phase of life, which most of us are in now, but then also with the plans for using that money in retirement and beyond. All without paying more than your fair share in taxes, right? Super helpful for someone like me who doesn't exactly spend every day staring at stock quotes. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.